Hello. Good morning, chat. How are you? Hang on. I think I have to adjust my audio levels. Um, put that there and then increase this up. Huh. Hang on. Do. We love nothing more than live testing, chat. Live testing. Okay. All right. Hello. Good morning. Good Friday, everyone. As in, good morning on this lovely, lovely Friday. How is everyone today? I hope you're well. Oh, Tidy, hello. You're lurking. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Um, Today we're doing another cooking stream as we do every Friday here on this channel. And today I prepared for you, or I prepared for us, or I've just prepared in general that we're going to do today. We're going to make Vietnamese food. Now, originally I was going to do Vietnamese food because I wanted to use up the spring roll wrappers that we bought for the Philippine stream. But then the theme evolved into Vietnamese food that has been influenced by the French. Because for a time period, Vietnam was colonized by the French. And so, with that, I did some research and found that we're going to be making there were some dishes, there's actually a lot of dishes in Vietnamese cuisine that is influenced by the French, but we picked three. And normally I only do two, but today I really wanted to eat all three. So we're making bò kho, which is like beef stew. And it's apparently influenced by beef bourguignon. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but it's also like a beef stew with like a tomato paste sort of base kind of thing. And I think the differences with Vietnamese one is that it is kind of thinner, also has like a lot more Asian spices and aromatics like lemongrass and ginger and stuff in there. So that's what we're going to be making. I'm going to try using the pressure cooker to try and speed things up. Hopefully I strike. So I'm a little bit concerned because I don't want to like pulverize the beef. I want to just like get enough that it is softened. So maybe I'll do like a really, really short pressure cooker stint. Because otherwise it may take too long if I simmer it on stream. The other dish we're gonna be making is Patê Sô, or it is influenced by so Patê Sô is a Vietnamese pork pie, and it's influenced by the French pastry Patê Chaud. Um, and so I don't know. Actually, let me have a look. Does the recipe Patê Chaud Patê Chaud recipe? Does Patê Chaud actually does it actually um have pate? Oh, it does. Minced pork pate, oyster sauce, salt, onion, breadcrumbs. No, that's the Vietnamese version. Is there uh is it just like short pastry French? If I put pate short, then it becomes like, hang on. What does Wiki say? French inspired. In 1868, pâté chaud à la marinière was a molded meat pie, now obsolete in modern French, where pie is designated torte, and pâté simply means mixture of finely chopped meat. Finely chopped meat would be so the appropriate translation for Vietnamese would be pâté en croûte. a mixture of meat in crust. I mean, I think that the theming is there. So that's the that is the second dish we're doing. The third one is we're going to be doing creme brulee. No, not creme brulee, cream caramel. Creme brulee is the one with the sugar crust on the top. So the third one is going to be creme caramel. And I found that some articles say that the Vietnamese version uses coconut milk. So that's what we're going to be trying today. I've never had cream caramel with coconut milk before. So I'm curious to see what it's like. Last week, last stream, we did do the Philippine version, which is called leche flan, and that uses sweet condensed milk and evaporated milk and only egg yolks. So it's a very, very thick, dense, kind of like creamy version. Whereas this Vietnamese one uses more coconut milk and uses whole eggs. So then it's a more, I'm expecting a more like jiggly version. Some articles say that the Vietnamese one is steamed instead of using a bain marie. Bain marie being like the technique where you put the um what is it, the little dishes in hot water and then baked in the oven. But the baking of the oven, like the bain marie technique, is a lot easier. So I just found a recipe that uses that. So as always, I've attached the links that I'm using today for today's stream in the prompt exclamation recipe links. Recipe links. Yeah. I've added like there's a few options. And so I've added both of ones I'm going to pull influences from because never can you get exactly like for like ingredients. So somehow with the mixture of the two options for each of those things, we'll make something delicious. We always make something delicious and we always make something edible. So that's the goal. Okay. I'm oh, hello, Jen. Why, thank you. That's how you announce yourself, eh? Thank you. I will stretch. Actually, that's a good idea. Before I start the intensive cooking. I think today the struggle will be to try and keep it early for once. Yeah. Oh, did you have your interview already with the administration role thing? Hospital reporting. I'm so curious as to how it went and whether there was like a technical component or what was just a get to know you component. Anyway, you don't have to, if you're busy doing other stuff, you don't have to respond to that, but you know, I'm just letting you know I'm interested. Okay, doing a spinal twist. All right, I got my coffee. Chat, I'm actually organized today. I have a coffee. I'm early today as well, Jen. I have my coffee. I have my checklist. And today, someone mentioned that this mic, when I cook, it gets really quiet. So I've tried to set up new settings. Let's see if it's too loud. So I'm going to mute this just chatting mic here and then swap the scene. And then, whoa, that's loud. Okay, hang on. It's on my chest now. How's that? Hopefully it's better. And I don't know. Oh, and it's peaking a lot more. Let's test that. I think that should be better. I have on this setting now for cooking, for specifically cooking, because I use a wireless mic and it's a bit further away from my face. I have a gain filter to try and boost it, and I also have a noise gate to try and cut out any low electrical hums. Okay, just a reflection. The healthcare one, I just got to wait if they have follow-up second two. It was with two people, one teammate and one manager, just over vibe check. They're kind of worried that I'm not a good fit as it's kind of downgrading their eyes from Amazon to a hospital. I was trying my best to reassure them. Then there was a simple Excel spreadsheet test to check for mistakes. Went well in my opinion, just another waiting game. Yep. Did you use like a cover story like, oh, you know, I realized that the Amazon corporate life was not the lifestyle that I wanted, and my soul yearned for, you know, a more um, balanced and less crazy work environment, something like that. Yeah, you did. That's what I would have done. Contributing to society. Yes, yes. You're like, yeah, so yeah, there was like you go with like helping local. Oh my God, the key words. I love it. I I was like, I'm just like, yeah, Jen. I've already in my mind pegged you as a person that is very knows how to play the game. So like, when you work in corporate, or when you're interviewing, that like, oh man, like, you kind of like stand back and you're like, I'm impressed as to the person that I've become. Yeah, yeah, you got to do what you got to do. And you're just kind of like, man, I'm kind of like a little bit disgusted at myself, but also kind of impressed because, like, you know, yeah, if you didn't, then you're not realizing, you're not accepting the reality of the world. The reality of the world is that they just want to know that you're not just going to flake on them. So you got to like psychology reverse and be like, okay, what are they looking for? I got to give them what they look for because I'm not going to flake on them because I need this job. I want to work, I want to work somewhere else. And so I just need to nail this job. I was like that when I went for my corporate one. They were like, why are you, especially it was really hard going from clinical hospital to a corporate job. And then, yep, the impact. I was like, I just feel like at the moment I'm doing like a micro level impact, and I feel like I could benefit more. And having used software as a clinician, I have real life example of the frustrations of what it's like. And so I feel like as working on the other end, I can make a better impact and improve life for my fellow clinicians, as well as the whole idea is then to have a downward stream benefit on patient safety. Yeah, that nailed me. That nailed me, my corporate job transition. And honestly, you have to sell it, you just have to find like the nugget of truth and then exaggerate the nugget of truth. And I did mean it. I don't care about that kind of stuff. But I also had other things that were prioritized, which was like, I actually don't want to get flogged anymore by the system. And I'm tired of like 6 a.m., like doing shift work. And I'm tired of getting like pee thrown at me. Like, and I'm tired of like, you know, having to, I don't know, just all kind of random stuff that you do because you care in hospital. They were like, sometimes you have overtime and weekend meetings, and I was like, oh, that was Norman Amazon. I OT'd every day. I'm sure it could be as bad. It can't be as bad. Yeah, yeah. You're just like, yeah, that's straightforward. Yeah, that's easy. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah. Oh man. I, I'm just like, I think, I mean, honestly, I don't think you could have done any better. I think you would have said all the things that I would have said. Let's just hope that like, was there any kind of like weird questions that they asked you, or was everything like kind of everything that you expected? It sounds pretty straightforward. Um, okay, I'm gonna walk over, but you just take your time. Got my checklist, got this. The camera looks okay. Some bits are a little bit blurry. Maybe I need to clean the lens. I'll try and wipe it. Okay. Now, I did. Where's my phone? Oh, in my pocket. I did take the liberty of already prepping the beef because it had to marinate for 2 hours. So it's already marinated. But the first thing we're going to do. Oh, let me turn this on. I can't see chat otherwise. Live. Stream manager. There we go. Now I have chat. Okay. And I have my phone. Okay. So, heads up. I may be getting a phone call today from the nurse that I saw yesterday. So I may have to at some point step out just to reassure her because I've started my injections today. Nothing weird, just a normal interview. Okay, good. Hopefully you're the best candidate and hopefully that you convince them of that. I'm sure you are the best candidate. It's just the convincing of it um, is the sticky bit. But yeah, I gave myself injections for the first time. What injections? So I've been I'm happy to share now because I think I've processed it. We're having a few hormonal issues, and then I went to go get like some routine checkout stuff, and then I found out that I'm actually didn't know this, and not that I was trying, but I found out that I was actually medically infertile, which apparently is just like the hormone that produces like I'm just not producing enough eggs or whatever. And the doctor, so then I went to go see a specialist and they were like, sometimes it just happens. There's nothing like I did a scan and stuff and there was nothing to indicate that why it would have happened. It just did. And so I'm not ready yet to have kids, but if I want to in the future, it's not going to get any better. So I'm still producing some, just not like, and they found it out because my hormone levels were like really low. So, so now I'm doing the process of like the egg retrieval bit where I have to inject myself with a whole bunch of stimulating hormones to produce follicles, to produce eggs, and then they will harvest the eggs and then I will freeze them as future insurance. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, you didn't expect to have this thing. And then you find out, and then that's the facts. And then now now that I have the facts, I can plan. So yeah, so I've started day one. It is about a 2-week process. And because my hormones are so low, they have given me, so normally people have like 1 injection for stimulation, but because it is so low, I have to have 2 injections to start off with, and then they'll add a third one a week from now. So today is day 1. And it wasn't actually too painful. It just goes into your tummy. Thanks for sharing. That's very interesting. It is very interesting. I I share because I don't know if like I certainly didn't know, and I think it's actually probably more common than people think it is. So you can get a blood test from you should be able to order a blood test from your doctor, and your family doctor can order this as well. It's called an AMH blood test. And that blood test is just a simple indicator that whether you, as a female who produces eggs and has ovaries, is it has to be within a normal threshold for them to be like, oh yeah, you're producing, like your fertility is okay, like you're producing and stuff. But if it comes back really low, they're like, oh, okay. So then the next step is then they send you for a pelvic ultrasound. And what they do is they look at your like ovaries and they're looking for little like follicle sacs. And there should be like a standard number. And that's how they confirm, like if the two pieces of data corroborate each other, then it's a diagnosis. And then I also had like additional, like I already had additional like estrogen progesterone tests, and they were like really bad, which was kind of like what triggered this whole thing. Yeah, so, and then on day 7, I'm going to have 3 injections, and then I'm going to have a scan during this process, and then to see whether, and essentially like what is going to happen is I'm just going to be like, it's just going to force a lot of follicles to happen at the same time. And there's also like no guarantee that the follicles will actually have eggs in them. Apparently some people, you don't know until you do this process. So I'll keep you updated because like this is the thing is, as of clinician or as a previous practicing clinician. So I've never worked in fertility health. I've never worked in IVF. I've had friends who have worked in it. It's a very, very specialized field of medicine. And so I didn't know all this. And so it's very interesting going through as a clinician because you're like, well, firstly, I'm experiencing the patient journey of this, of like, oh, what it's like and kind of like that. And also, as a clinician, I'm learning all the different drugs that are involved with it. So I have something called a FSH, which is a follicle stimulating hormone, and an LH, which is a different, like another component. It's another hormone type thing. So apparently, like we're gonna see, this is gonna be interesting. I'm already emotional. It's like so okay, it's really interesting to see what side effects. And once again, my journey is not indicative of the average journey. It is everyone's side effect experience with all these is gonna be very, very different. I think I'm just gonna approach this with a sense of curiosity and humor because the reality is that I can't do anything about this. As in, I am the hands of I'm just going to clean the lens while I talk. I'm in the hands of medicine, modern medicine, and the doctors and nurses, pretty much. But I do, luckily, not luckily, I'm very blessed to have a friend that I made when I was working in hospital who is an endocrinologist. So essentially, an endocrinologist works with like hormones, and some of those hormones involves thyroid, involves diabetes, like all those conditions, diabetes, hyperthyroidism, hypothyroidism, diabetic ketoacidosis, like all those things that is regulated by hormones in the body. And she's very, very brilliant at her job. Anyway, I sent her a text and I was like, should I watch out for anything? Like the nurse kind of didn't like warn me about not. So I'm aware of certain side effects of things like ovarian torsion, which is because my ovaries going to get pumped, like they're gonna swell full of follicles. Just imagine like the equivalent is like a guy's testicles just getting bigger. So because there's a bunch of tissues that hold your ovaries in place, there is a risk of ovarian torsion. But my friend was like, oh, the evidence of that is like much lower. So you're not meant to like do exercise, like heavy exercise and stuff. The nurse, I was like, asked the nurse, like, can I exercise? And she's like, yeah, you're fine. And I'm like, okay. But like, I'm sure she thinks it's fine. But also, I'm the kind of person that if I'm going through a thing and there's like a 20% or 10% chance, I'm gonna amend my behavior to like reduce any risks of stuff. So the other thing that can also happen is ovarian overstimulation. I've forgotten the word for it, but essentially your ovaries get overstimulated during this process. And so my friend was just like, I was like, I think to be safe, I should just not exercise. She's like, yeah, I think so. And it's only 2 weeks of my life. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not like, that life-changing or like concerning. It's just, I just have to like, the complications and difficulties is just that I have to time when I do the injections, because I have to be around the same time every day, and then be available for like the nurse calls or the doctor calls and stuff, because there's going to be quite a it's going to be like the plan can change at any point of this 2 weeks depending on how I respond, because apparently different people respond in different ways to the hormones. So we're going to see. But I'm so curious about this. So I will bring you along. Right. We're going to do, so I've decided we're going to make back to cooking, transitioning back. And also if anyone wants to ask questions, I'm happy to talk through anything if you're considering similar things. All right. I found a coconut. So we're going to do the cream caramel, the Vietnamese flan first. So we've got our 5 eggs. This recipe uses brown sugar. Brown sugar. Yes, I have some brown sugar. Need a balls emoji. No, I need an ovaries emoji. Well, if you find one in FFZ or BTTV, let me know. I'll enable it. I did clean. You can do the one that was like the penis one. the peepo with the eyes eyeing the penis. I guess that kind of works. Yes. Okay. Coconut milk. Coconut milk. I have coconut cream. I have some leftover coconut cream from last week. Now, is it still good? I don't know. I think, is it still usable? Let's do a visual. Oh yeah, it's just a little bit lumpy. Let's just use this. Let's use the rest of this. How much do I need? 400 ml. So we'll finish that off and then we'll add. I did buy some more coconut milk. Let's see how much we have because I have a small container. Thick. Oh wait, did it not enable? Oh yeah. Morning, Val. Oh, what happened to chat on the... Hang on. I must have stuffed something up. Because, like, I don't see chat on... Oh, no, it's there. My hat is in the way. And if I do this... I always forget how big my cooking hat is. So, yes, I'm just going to monitor my health. And I think I'm just going to not try and be too productive because apparently fatigue is a very, very common side effect. It's just going to like knock me out a little bit. There we go. Chat's fixed. And the color's turning a bit cool, but I think the camera flipped over. It's fine. I can't be bothered fixing it. Oh, what? Already? Ben. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I got coconut milk, eggs, brown sugar, milk. Oh, I need vanilla. Oh, I need caster sugar. I need to make the caramel sauce. And I need... How are you, Val? How are you going today? I didn't ask. I got distracted by the chat and fixing that. And how's your model going? Oh, is in the model design. Caster sugar, water, milk, vanilla. That's what I was going for. And I'm going to use, for this one today, I might actually use the one that has like vanilla bean instead of the cheap vanilla extract. Or should we use vanilla extract? How much do we want to invest in this one? I'll just use vanilla extract. And then it can just be a clear jiggly pudding. Okay, so once again, I'm at this point, we're getting real good at making caramel sauce, guys. I need a tray and my ramekins. And then I'm going to caramel sauce. So I think I used caster sugar to make the caramel sauce. And then I'll just pour it straight into... I'm not going great. Your model is actually done. Need to tweak some settings, but going to do the review tonight. Okay. What time? Asking for a friend. What time according to Australian Eastern Standard Time? Just checking. I can't. I'll see how I go. I've just started my hormone meds today, so I'm gonna see how I feel after stream. But if you tell me the time, I'll put it in my diary, in my calendar, and I'll try to make it. But if the fatigue, I don't expect the symptoms, the side effects to hit me today, but I don't know. I don't know how my body's gonna react. Okay. I'm gonna do the caster sugar first. $165 of caster sugar. Aim for 730. Okay. 730. Model reveal. Okay, I've got it in my calendar. Exciting! Are you excited? I'm excited. I shouldn't. I'm sure you are, but I'm hyped. Okay, 165. One. Pretty nervous? Oh, why? What about it? Like, what about the revealing of it is getting you nervous? Should I use? Maybe I should use. Hang on. I just had a thought. Can I use like fake sugar? Or is this like, is this a recipe for disaster? No, I should just use like proper sugar, because like I don't know how the other one will behave in terms of like when I try to melt it, and it may not caramelize properly. Yeah, Val, why, what about it? Are you nervous about, like, you nervous it's not gonna, like, the technical problems will happen? 165. That's what I'm doing. Is it, am I making too much? How many of this are we gonna make? This is 6, but I only have 4 ramekins. I'll just make really, really big ones. Goodness. How much volume am I gonna have? Hang on, I should count this. How much is gonna 5 eggs? Is 5 eggs too much? 400 mils. So that's gonna be 100 mils each. Plus, no, it's gonna be 750. Should I have prepared other things to like make this in? Do I have dishes that can be baked? I don't want to down adjust, because every time I down adjust something, I always stuff it up. Maybe if I like just make one really giant flan with the leftovers. I have some of these ceramic dishes. Do you reckon they'll be okay? I reckon they should be okay. I have 2 of these. This should work. It's still very new to you. I hope the pack can register me properly and it all goes smoothly. Oh, I think though, I think people should be kind about it. I don't think anyone is going to be, and I think so I'm not going to say, oh, I don't think any technical issue is going to happen. Technical issues always happen. But if you expect the worst and be prepared, emotionally prepared for it to like stuff up a bit, and then just have prepared like, okay, I'm just going to like, you know, hide my screen while I try and fix the ring or whatever like that, and sort of, you know what the troubleshooting steps you need to do, so that you're not like feeling anxious about it, then I think that will help. Maybe just a suggestion, but I feel like if you've been testing it, but even when I say that, in my experience, even when I have tried to like test things beforehand, things still stuff up. So there is absolutely no guarantees when it comes to software, unfortunately. Okay, let's do that. All right. So I'm gonna melt this. with 100 mils of water. Combine the sugar and 2 tablespoons, 40 mils of the water in a small saucepan. 40 mils. Okay, I'm going to zero that. And then I'm going to use my cup measure. Oh, there it is. Just to do 40 mils. Very, very tiny. $36, $40. Yes, that is what we're making, Jen. Okay, I'm gonna not take out the burner because I'm just gonna melt this on the side. Okay, your stream died midstream last night. It was such a pain. What happened? Was it OBS crashed or computer froze or internet died or oh, that must be so stressful for you. I could imagine. Okay, I'm melting the caramel, everything, and then I'm gonna pour it into the 6 dishes, and then okay, so that's fine. And then so I'm not gonna touch the caramel. Apparently, last time I think I poked it. Like I shouldn't have poked it with the spatula. I should have just left it melt and then just swell it to what's the word? Swell it to distribute the caramel burn or the caramel melting. So I'll put that one away. It's caster sugar. And then oh, this one says use a wooden spoon to stir over low heat until the sugar dissolves and bring to the boil to dissolve until the mixture turns a deep caramel, and then add 60 mils of water. What? What is this? What are all these extra steps? I didn't have to do this last time. I feel like everyone has a different technique. All right, I'm going to measure out 60 mils and prepare for this. Apparently it's meant to boil. Okay. I think internet died, but OBS kept going as in my game, so I never realized till OBS sent another message saying I started streaming. Oh! Oh, that sucks. Are you streaming with like 2 monitors and like you have OBS on the side? 60. Because I'm just wondering whether you are. Yeah, I guess like as you're playing and you get caught up in the game, you don't think to check the OBS like link and whether it's still. Oh wait, you said OBS is still going, but your internet died. I don't really know how you would like pick that up, actually. Oh, it's boiling. Hang on, let me just focus on this. Okay, maybe because I have water, I can poke at it with a spatula. I'm gonna try that. Just scraping down the sides of my thing. Man, to make this caramel sauce, there's a lot of steps involved. Yeah. Boil for 10 minutes. I mean, essentially until it caramelizes. Then add 60 mils. Return to heat and bring to a simmer. Stir with the mixture until the caramel is smooth. Pour the caramel into the ramekins, dividing evenly. Okay. All right. Boiling it. This is a very different caramel experience. I feel like if I heat this up and then once I add water, it's gonna like spit and stuff. Maybe I should have done this on camera. I think it should be okay. I just couldn't be bothered like taking out the gas stove and setting it up. I'm just being lazy. When I just have like a cooktop right next to me for like one step of the multi-step recipe. I really like flan though. It was, I mean, it still is one of my favorite desserts because, and pudding. I just like, the texture. I also really like panna cotta. He had such a good stream last night. There's a clip of Judge missing an easy jump, and you can hear him scream as he falls into the abyss. You're in tears. Oh, was this were you playing June with Judge, or was this like V Rising? Such good. That's so like. This is the thing. It's like having the memories of all these different of all these different game memories. It's so good. This is not turning caramelly. Oh, you played June with him. Oh yes, how are you enjoying June? Is it still holding up as a very good game? As a game that you are enjoying a lot of? And like, have you encountered many bugs and stuff, or it's still going good? Oh, stirring, stirring, stirring. The color is not changing. This is like, it's liquefied. This is kind of what it looks like. Just also, it's kind of like crystallizing to the side. Maybe I should use the wooden spoon. Yeah, I'll try and use a wooden spoon. I'm swapping weapon of choice to try and push the sugar on the sides because the silicone spatula is not strong enough. Oh. And I am holding the pot with one hand while I do this so it doesn't tip in. Oh. Still not seeing a change in color. It's getting like foamy, I would almost say. Actually, I forgot what the chemical process is when you essentially I'm making caramel, which is what I'm doing. June is surprisingly really fun. A few bugs, but more funny than game breaking. Early game is pretty slow, but once you unlock some skills, it ramps up in fun. Ooh. I don't know what happened, but it went really foamy. I don't know if this is normal. I'm just gonna let the foam settle for a bit. I wonder if this is gonna make my caramel sauce cloudy. I don't know. It's turning weird, chat. I don't know what's happening. I think there's too many bubbles in this. Well, this might be a failure. I mean, in terms of appearance, I think. In terms of flavor, I don't think so. In terms of flavor, it'll still be sugar. It's kind of like forming new sugar. I'm a little bit concerned. It's like solidified. I just solidified sugar again. Oh, actually, I think what's happening is I've added more water to the sugar. Holy crap. Hey Google, why is my caramel sauce hard? No, that's not the right word. No, no, how do I find out what's happening? Guys, it's like sugar again. I don't know what happened. It went liquid and now it's sugar again. I'm so confused. I'm just thinking like, do I just, if I add more heat, will it just melt back into sugar? Melt back into caramel sauce? Oh wait, hang on. Let me do some Googling. Well, I'm just left it on the heat. I think we're gonna go search Google. Caramel sauce went liquid, then hard, then back to sugar. Oh, here we go. There's a Reddit thread 2 years ago. Mike caramel red back to sugar. I'm getting it because I'm very confused enough. I was just trying to make a so pot on medium. Sugar and 2 tablespoons of water. As I was stirring, it suddenly red all the way back to sugar. You didn't heat it high enough. You never made caramel. It seeded and recrystallized. The sugar hit a crystal that wasn't in solution by starting caramel with a large water base and driving the water off instead of just melting sugar outright. Once the sugar starts to get hot, cover the pan so the steam washes down the sides, then proceed normally. If you stir sugar, then it's going to happen too. Oh, I think the crystals on the side reseeded it. Okay, duh, it's melting again. Woo! Guys, we made crystallized sugar. We took sugar, we added water, we made more sugar, we went liquid and then more sugar. Then now we're making caramel. We're back to making caramel. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Google. Okay, we're on the right step. Okay. Wow. What a journey. Actually, I think this happened last time as well, but on a smaller scale. It's okay. It's fixable. Science is fun. Yeah. Thank goodness. So now I have like big lumps of sugar in the beginnings of caramel sauce. Just here to keep the heat high. Keep everything melty. I thought that putting water wouldn't help not do this again, but really not. Oh, okay. I'm just trying to break up the chunks with the wooden spoon. So that it can melt a little bit faster. Whew. That was a little bit stressful, chat. Oh, now my spatula is just like covered in sugar. I'm trying to use another spatula to scrape off my spatula. Double spatula. Okay. I've got a bit of scraping. Stir, stir, stir. Oh, it's foaming up. Do I want it to foam up? I don't know what I want to do. It's turning kind of brown, but all the lumps have not melted yet. I'm trying to break it up before it gets too dark and too burnt. Oh, right. Can I post a mission in your Discord telling everyone about tonight's reveal? Yeah, you can. will be, I think everyone would be very, very excited to see. Maybe do it in the arts channel, because then it'll be kind of like creative arts related. Because it's like a new image for your VTuber model. Oh, yes. Okay. It is looking much, look at that, chat. It's looking much more caramel-like. Oh, I think I meant to hit it with 60 mils of water. Oh, it's really foamy. Good thing. All right, I'm going to hit it with 60 mils of water. Hopefully this won't. Oh my God. I probably should have moved this out of the way, put this down, and then have done it. Holy moly. All good, all good. Okay, we now have caramel sauce. Yay! All right, now we need to pour it in all the ramekins. I do have like blobs of caramel sauce all kind of all over the kitchen. An S, Daddy. Thank you. So last time when I made this, a whole bunch of caramel stuck to the bottom. So I'm hoping that this method doesn't cause that to happen again. Whoops, let me move that coconut out of the way. And then hopefully as it cools, it will still kind of get a bit sticky. I want it to be like a sticky sauce, but not a full-on candy. All right, I'm going to soak all my caramel making equipment. This is all hard now. Oh, not hard, but like gooey. And now it's all over the kitchen. Okay. Let's let those cool down while we make the rest of the sauce. I hope I can bake these. These should be fine. I'm pretty sure it's ceramic. And if it cracks, well, they come from like the cheese dip thing anyway. So I can always like purchase more cheese dip and get free dishes with it. Okay. Now what? Scrape vanilla seeds from the bean. So I'm not using vanilla bean. Not in this economy. Whisk together eggs and brown sugar in a large bowl. So I don't have to separate the eggs as much. I'm going to use this whisk. Am I using yolks? No, just straight eggs. Okay. Saucepan. Oh, we're infusing vanilla seeds into milk. I've done that technique before. Not doing that. We're just going to use extract. Then whisk the milk into the egg mixture with the coconut milk. Stir the mixture through a fine sieve into a jug. Now, do you reckon they want me to heat up the milk to like, I don't know. I know I'm going to need the sieve. So I need that. And we want a mixing bowl. So we'll use this one. So we're just going to crack with eggs. Okay, so I'm just going to crack 5 eggs into here. And then add the brown sugar into here. And then I know it says use normal milk, but I'm just going to do the whole thing as coconut milk. Oh, I got an eggshell in there. Will I, like, how can I stuff this up? I don't think I can stuff this up. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, and then how much brown sugar do I want? 75 grams. I'm just going to go straight in by using the scale. 75? Yep. Oh, 40, 48, 60, 74. Oh. Okay. I have 76 grams, so 1 gram over, but I think it's fine. And then we're going to whisk this. And I think we don't want to encourage any. So we're going to mix this. This recipe, this one from SBS, which is like an Australian network that created this. I'm kind of like, I think I trust it, and the steps seem okay because they're kind of like a reputable national TV kind of station. And I'm just hoping that it doesn't. I'm just hoping that I can trust them. Okay, I have mixed all of that. Do you really think I need to heat up the milk? I don't think I need to heat up the milk. I don't think I need to. I'm going to veto that one. Okay, so bring to heat. Oh, preheat oven to 160 degrees Celsius. Let's do that first because I don't think it's going to take me that long to like bake. 160. Increase the temperature at the time duration to 50, something like that. I think there's a note on the bottom about fan force ovens. If using fan force, reduce the temperature by 20 degrees. Okay, so 140. Okay. And then, because I'm using a fan forced oven. Okay. Because fan force tend to distribute the heat more evenly. Oh, I should test if I can mute this. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. How about now? Nope, it's still not muted. How about now? No. Oh. I think if I get the phone call, I just have to turn off the mic. So I don't accidentally dox myself. Okay. Okay, so I'll add the vanilla now. I'm just going to use a vanilla extract. So I didn't have to do didn't say how much. It said vanilla bean, but like, we'll just use the rest of the bottle. Maybe I should use like a little bit more. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Stir that. Whisk the egg, milk into the egg with the coconut milk. So I think I just add the coconut cream into here. Now may change the texture of it. So I need in total 400 mils. I'm going to do the scale again. So I'm going to go like for like 400 grams. Oh, I forgot to do the sniff, and I did the sight taste, but the taste and smell test to make sure this cream isn't like off. And I think it's fine. And coconut cream tends to settle, so that's why it's a little bit lumpy. Coconut cream is essentially, coconut milk is essentially coconut cream, but with a higher water content and more liquidy. Okay. Oh, maybe I should add oat milk for the last whatever amount. Okay. That's all the coconut cream I could squeeze out of that, which brings us to 160. And then I'm going to use this 160, and then we use the rest of this, and then maybe I'll just add up the rest with oat milk, and then I think it should be fine. This is coconut milk. 300. So we're sitting at, oh, we're sitting at close. Oh wait, no, we're sitting at 350. So I use the rest of that. That brings us 350. And then I'm going to use oat milk to do the rest. So I need 400 coconut milk. So I have another 50 to even out. Oh, okay, well, and then I'm going to add another 250. So I'm going to bring it up to 650. Okay. Okay. And then, wow, it's a very, very milky mixture. Stir the mixture through a fine sieve into a jug. Pour the milk mixture into the ramekins over the caramel, dividing evenly. Okay. Oh, and apparently I'm meant to boil water, which I will do now for the bain marie. For the water bath. That's what we're making. Okay. So I'll boil that. Okay. Oh, it is not broken up all the coconut lumps. Let me just... this. All right, I will sieve it because it did a really good job last time. So I'm going to bring back these. And I'm not going to bother to double to sieve it into a... I'm just going to take this out like that. And then I'm just going to... because I'm lazy, chat. Because I'm lazy. Now, is this meant to be so liquidy? I feel like maybe I should freeze it. trying to make room for, because I have a feeling with the liquid state that it's currently in, if I was to add the cream caramel, the pudding mixture, I feel like it would mix with the sauce and then it would just not be separated in two separate layers. So I'm just going to freeze it for a little bit. In the meantime, I notice that this still hasn't fully mixed. I'm just going to keep mixing this. I just I realized something. Val, with the question that you put in chat to post in someone's Discord, I would probably say, like, I'm fine with it posting in Discord, but I think also to be mindful of the way that it's asked, because doing it in a public forum like this means that the onus on the person that is responding means that they kind of are influenced to respond in a positive way, as opposed to the other option is messaging them in a DM, because then they feel like they have the freedom to refuse. I mean, I am more relaxed, but I feel like what I'm understanding with the Twitch community is that some people may not be as relaxed about these kind of things as I am. So I think just something to be mindful of if there's other content creators that you want to ask those kind of questions to about their Discords and things. It's probably better to DM them so that then they feel like they can actually say no if they want to. I'm seeing a little bird outside my window and I really want to take a photo of it. I think it was a type of bird called a tit. I've never had one before. Hang on. Hold on. Hold on. No, baby bird, come back. Come back. I'm a little bit obsessed with like birds chat. Oh, you were so cute. Normally I get honey eaters. This one was like a little round ball with a little tiny beak. No. I like little tiny bird ball fluff balls. Just keep mixing this while I'm gonna check on the freezing process. A little bit better, a little bit thicker. Marie. Okay. Yeah, so I think this is pretty much under control. Oh, there's like a little camera all on the chopping board, which is fine. I'm just going to be preparing my ingredients for the stew next. So I think I will just keep the oven being hot while we wait. Increase that time. And so I'll just pause the pudding while I am waiting for the caramel sauce to harden in the ramekins, because I don't want it to mix with the mixture. Okay, so I'm going to do the beef stew now. So I've done the marinade. So I'm using Hungry Hui's recipe as the main thing. I really like the idea of the other one I linked, but I couldn't find an annatto oil. So I did manage to find the Asian groceries, the Vietnamese beef stew seasoning, which is this jar, which is not a powder. They only had like a paste. So hopefully it works. This is very, very loosey-goosey here. So I've done step 1 and step 2. And then we're going to prep the rest of the ingredients. So we need to prep the lemongrass, the onion. Okay, let me take out all these things as we list through the ingredients. I have the onion. I'm going to need ginger. I have a half tube that I'm going to use up. I have lemongrass. And how much lemongrass? I want 1 to 2 stalks of it. And I have it frozen and it's already minced, so I just need to microwave it. I'll do like a few lumps. So I bought this already minced and then I defrosted it and then I tried to form it into cubes, but then it kind of like melted back together, if you will. Okay, that's tomato paste, dark soy sauce. I need to prep. I don't need to prep, but I will get the ingredients out anyway. Tomato paste. I don't have dark soy, I just have soy sauce. I'll just use soy sauce. Star anise and bay leaves. I do own those. Bay leaves. Star anise. Chicken broth. Now, because we're doing an Asian recipe, I decided to invest in some cans of chicken broth. Onion, ginger. Is there garlic in this? Oh, there is. Okay, and then there's also paprika. Paprika will give it the distinctive, also adds a distinctive red color. Paprika. And then garlic. Now it says 4 cloves, which I think is half a head of garlic. What do you like? I like that. Yeah, that should be good. It's a little bit more than 4 cloves. And just roughly chopped is fine. So, anything else? Pious. I like to lay it all out so I don't miss anything. Oh, coconut water. Coconut juice. Oh, we're done with these eggs. Two to 3 carrots. That's the other thing to prepare. Carrots. Where are you, my babies? Okay. These are not the most attractive carrots. Maybe we'll add I think we can add probably 1 more because like some of them are not very big carrots. There we go. And then the peeler. And a little chop up. And I need a knife. Yeah. Okay, so we're heading into stew territory now. Chapter. The stew chapter of this. So I've already blanched the beef. It's already marinating. I need to prepare all of these. So it's just mainly just like the carrots, the garlic, and the onion. Let me just check on the caramel sauce. Just once we get started. Oh, it's still like, I'm gonna let it. Do you think it'll be fine? Maybe it'll be fine. Let's just try. Okay. I will. Oh, a ladle. I know. Yes. Genius. So then I can control the rate at which it falls into the ramekin. Yeah. So I will use this. Hang on, it's on the wrong side. I want it to be on the right-hand side. Like that. Okay, this is good. One scoop. So the recipe was like, oh, you should put it, like, you should sieve it into another jug. But then that means I have to wash the second jug as well. And this is fine. Okay, I think it's cooled down enough that it's not disrupting the caramel sauce. Yes, and it's catching all the lumps of coconut that didn't quite dissolve properly. It's great. Everything's staying in the dish. Okay, now I'll just shuffle this over. Whoops! Just so it's closer to this. So I'll have to do 2 separate bakes because it won't fit in the bain-marie dish that I organized. Okay, so I have 1 scoop there, 2 scoops there, 1 more scoop in here. Okay, so I think these 2 are done. And let's shuffle this back over. One, 2. 3. Oh, some of the heights are a little bit different. I don't need this mix anymore. I can go back into the sink to be ready for cleanup. So I think I just need to divide the rest of this mixture into these ramekins. This is a very large quantity. I think because there's so much milk in here. I actually highly recommend this sieving step, as in not to skip it, because I can see a whole lot of lumps that is getting caught. You can just be a bit lazy like me and just sieve it straight into the ramekin. Okay, there's a little bit left. Okay. Oh, kind of relaxing. I'll just soak that as well to make my life a little bit easier later. Alrighty. So now we bake this. I'm gonna bake this section first, and as previously prepared in my banh mi dish. I'll pop it in first. These are a little bit full. Whoa. Hopefully I don't come to regret overfilling these. How much will I need? Halfway up the sides. Bake for 35 minutes. Okay, I think it's to stop the bottom from burning. So I'm just going to go... Oh, perfect. I'm going to use this to protect this tray to the side. Move this over. Center this. Oh, okay. And then just gently pour in some hot water halfway up the side. Like that. Okay. And then I'm just going to use my lighter again to get rid of some of these bubbles on the surface. Dun, 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 dun. I love this technique. This is such a cool trick. Okay. Oh wait, I see some bubbles. Alrighty. That looks good. Alright, and then I bake it at 140 because I'm using a fan forced oven. And I'm baking it for 35 minutes. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, need the glove to pull out the tray. Oh, I don't need this tray because I'm putting it straight on a... Yeah, you can't see it. I just did a dumb thing. It's probably a good thing you can't see it because it limited how much room I had. Gently. Okay, she's in. She's loaded. I'm gonna back that back up to 60. Hey Google, set a timer for 35 minutes. Now, I did set a alert timer that's meant to go off every 30 minutes to say, hey, a trigger warning about the Google Homes, but I don't know why it's not working. I haven't seen it work. So I'm just gonna see if I set it up weirdly somehow. Ah, I see. Let me try. Yeah. I think it's just because this is embarrassing, but the reason why it hasn't triggered is because one of the conditions is it needs a minimum of 5 chat lines. And today is a very quiet chat, which is fine, but that's why. And so because there hasn't been much chatter, it hasn't triggered the timer, and that's fine. I was just kind of curious as to the, I'm essentially testing it. I'm test running it to see if it actually works or not. And I can't tell. Okay, I'm gonna set out a few bowls to hold all my ingredients. Okay, so the cooking instructions will be garlic separately and paprika, and then broth, all the broth ingredients except the carrots. And then how am I chopping up the onions? Quartered. Oh, that's easy. So the garlic will be roughly chopped, The carrots will be, what am I doing with the carrots? Peeled and cut into 1-inch chunks. So maybe what we'll do with the carrots is we'll do 1 inch, but we'll do like a bit of a rolling cut potentially. And then I think I'll just try my best to peel this little tiny guy. He's a little runt at the bottom of the carrot bag. I think the thing with stream is that there are some days where, you know, people are busy and there's not a lot of people, and that's okay. Luckily, I'm doing this because of the activity that I enjoy doing. So, and like, I think, I don't know, because I have so much going on in life, and because I set it up so that streaming is just a regular thing that's on the agenda that I do, it is not, it doesn't prey in my mind too much. Okay, so 1 inch, so kind of like that size, and I'll just do kind of like irregular chunks. I'm not going to try and make them perfectly shaped like that. Give them like an interesting shape is essentially what I'm going for. Kind of like this, maybe like a quarter turn, and like there. Yeah. Let me peel this one too. Lots of carrots is good. Maybe I should add more carrots. So I'm actually going to cook this in the pressure cooker. So maybe I should add some more carrots. I want this to be like a warm winter stew. But the Vietnamese one is not actually a thick broth. It's more of a very thin broth. Oh, chat. I'm like, I mean, I'm sure people are busy. But what was I going to say? So, yeah, I'm going through health complications at the moment. And I think that the whole situation is probably stressing me out a lot more than I realized. I think I'm probably good at compartmentalizing things. I'm just like compartmentalize all that stuff. But I noticed yesterday that my heart palpitations came back. So, I mean, I'm trucking on as you do to survive and just like function. But I think it's, you know, I'm just realizing, yeah, okay, I am stressed about this. But then like as a pragmatist, there really is not much you can do about the situation. So nothing better than just doing comfy things to enjoy what we're doing right now. Cooking is very therapeutic. I'm going to split this one in half. A little bit chunkers. A bit of a chode of an end of a carrot. Here, cut here, here, cut here, here, and then this one in half. Yep. Okay, I think that's a good amount of carrot. And then I have a container of beef. Oh, I'm going to microwave the lemongrass while we do the rest of the onions and the garlic. The garlic will take some time. Defrosting the, essentially I'm defrosting the lemongrass. Yeah, I think I'm like a little bit nervous as to like how my body will react with the coming week. I've already cancelled Pilates. You know how much I love my Pilates. It's like the one exercise that I'm like, oh, I can actually do this. But to be safe and to avoid any like overstimulation or like any complications, I'll just take the break from Pilates. Hello, Penguin. Welcome to chat today. How are you? I can't guarantee that I'm not going to be moody. But moody in the sense of like, yesterday I've just been like on the verge of tears multiple times. And I'm just like, where is this coming from? And I think that is just the funny side of like hormones hitting you. Quick day of work so you won't miss the cooking this time. Congrats! I hope you had a good day of work. Or actually, are you at work now? Are you finishing up your shift? And then you'll head home soon? I like imagining the idea of you like finishing up work, heading home, making yourself some lunch. Oh, you're back home now. Oh, awesome. What are you gonna have for lunch? It's lunchtime for you. I'm gonna quarter this. Like that. Okay. This off. You're gonna have a quick salad or you're gonna make yourself some like. Today it's cold here, but the sky's clear. So today for us it's chilly. But I can imagine if it's like rainy and cold where you are. Something like warm and comforting would be nice. Came home and dragged you out of bed. What a responsible partnership. I love it. Is it because it's too cold, Valk? And you're just like, no. 5 minutes more turns into like 1 hour more. Oh, it's always good to have a good lie-in in bed. Depending on my cat, sometimes I don't always like, even if I have the chance to, sometimes I don't get she won't let me lie in. She'll like slap me on the face. Just having a lazy day. Had a late one last night. That's good. Well, you gotta rest up and save your energy for tonight's reveal of your new model, which is like so exciting. I need to do a official karaoke stream. Everything so far has been unofficial. I am pretty bad at keeping my own secrets because I get too excited and then I just want to share with everybody. And then it ends up being not that exciting. And it was only meant to be like a quick like 5-minute like show, and then it became like a 30-minute karaoke session. But I am not going to push my voice too much because I'm worried that a lot of the hormones that I'm having are going to might affect my vocal cords in some way. So I think the next like 2 weeks I'm just going to be a bit low energy, a bit chill. Good thing I actually have I'm actually pretty excited. I have also set up is this enough garlic? I feel like I need more garlic. I feel like it's not enough garlic, chat. I have set up in preparation for there might be days in the coming 2 weeks where my regular streaming schedule may be abruptly interrupted because if the nurse calls me and is like, oh, you have to come in for a scan or whatever, I might have to just, like, my schedule will be determined by the doctors and the nurses. And so I might have to last minute cancel some streams, but I'm choosing to prioritize this process, which I have to because it costs a lot of money. And now that I'm on the roller coaster, I need to see it through to the end. But yeah, and so in preparation of that, it may mean that I may not do my regular streams. And so as a result of that, I may just have to do, well, no, I have to, but maybe like, thanks, Tony. Maybe just some like chill working on artistic project streams in the evenings. And I have set up like a cozy scene for that. I'm so excited. I really love it. It's just so cozy. It just fits my mood right now. Especially like, you know, if you're feeling low and tired like me, you should use this more. Yeah, you can. Thanks, Tidy. Yeah. I mean, like, oh gosh, chat. That music is like, this is what is what I mean by like, I feel so weird that like that music is like making me tear up. And it's not even like because the onions or the garlic. I was just like, my emotional state is all over the place right now. I'm like, oh gosh. Oh my goodness. I am a hormonal mess, chat. And it's only day 1. And the thing is, tomorrow I'm going out with a friend. And we're having a friend date tomorrow. And we've organized it ages ago. And I originally had it organized because I expected that I wouldn't start all these injections until Sunday. So I thought I'd be okay. But then my period came early. And you're dictated by like when your period is, and that becomes the first start of the cycle. And so yeah, I had no choice. I had to start it. So it means that I'm hoping that the side effects don't hit until like Sunday, and that I'm more, you know, I don't really have much planned, so I can like more better deal with it. But oh my gosh, it's like this different things are triggering like the emotional response, and it's like so random as well. Because yeah, I've heard that alert 1,000 times, and then in that moment just then I was like, I don't know why, but it was really sad. Anyway, yeah. So I'm just gonna be a cozy chill potato. Not a lot of hype. In saying that, you know, we'll see. But I'm giving myself permission to just be low-key for the next 2 weeks. And I don't want to stop streaming. The reason why is because I'm the kind of person that unless I am like really, really sick, I'd get bored. So I want to like be doing something. I don't want it to like take over my life. But obviously I can't help but think about it because it's like I have to time the time that I do the injections, and then I also have to deal with like the weird emotional side effects. It actually just might be psychological. It might actually be the hormones. Not enough garlic. Absolutely. The recipe was like 4 cloves of garlic, and I'm like, no, it didn't look enough. But But we're going to keep them chunky though. I'm not going to do too fine of a mince. It's going to do like that. But yeah, Penguin, what are you having for lunch today? You catch a little later. No worries, Val. Take care of yourself. Hopefully all the testing and stuff is progressing smoothly and all the tweaks. Okay, I have my ingredients. You didn't think that far yet? 50 more will like it. And it's like, I'll just add in like 3 more heads of garlic. Alright, I think I have everything prepared. Oh, and I've already done the beef off stream because I wanted to keep it maximum marinating time. This is the beef. Yeah, I've already blanched it. It's not fully cooked. I've blanched it, and this is a beef chuck that I cut it into 1-inch cubes. And okay, let's get rid of this. Woo! Into the composting bin. And then I will set up the pressure cooker. And then once we set up the pressure cooker, we can then work on the filling for the Patê Sô. I'm also, whoa, I need to not hit my camera on the side. My thinking of also cooking up a storm is that in the next week or so, if I'm like an absolute potato, I already have like a lot of leftover food in the fridge, ready to go, just to reheat. Okay. Okay. Now, oh, I need the power cord. All right. Let me extend it over. Power cord has appeared on the scene. And then, oh, I need to move this. Oh, I don't need the brown sugar anymore. I think this stuff is good. Okay, stay there. Move the brown sugar away. Oh, okay. Moving my pressure cooker over. Let me get. Oh my goodness, there's like caramel sauce from the splatter everywhere. Okay, we're going to use the pressure cooker to do all the sauteing frying inside it, because like screw having to use multiple pots. I do have other wooden spoons, but they're not my favorite. This one's a bamboo spoon. It'll be done fine. My favorite is my the free one that I got from filling out some free survey, and it's like from the fire people, like fire prevention people, like forest fire prevention, something like that. So we're going to do saute. That's going to preheat. I'll double check the next steps. So it'll be aromatics, large pot. Okay, add oil, then add garlic. So it'll be garlic, checking the steps. And then paprika will go next in with it. And I think we're essentially creating like a paprika infused oil. 2 tablespoons of oil. But I might add more because I've added a lot more garlic. So, oh, I need to top up my oil. So while that preheats, I'm going to top up my oil container. Just on the corner. Ready for, I don't want to run out of oil mid-cook and then panic. Which is not unusual. Okay. So this is preheating, heating up. And then I'm going to now put the paprika. How much paprika? Only a teaspoon. Really? Okay. Sure. If you say so. But I'm going to prepare a random spoon bowl because I'm going to have to measure up the tomato paste and the soy sauce. That's the word. And this is still pretty heating. Oh, I can drink my coffee. Oh. And coffee is finished. I think to cheer myself up, I think I want to make myself a Vietnamese coffee with condensed milk. I still have some condensed milk left over. So I'm going to boil myself some more water for my coffee this time. And then, guys, sometimes it's like the little things, okay? You just got to find, in times of struggles, you just got to find the little things that cheer you up. And it's, for me, it's Vietnamese coffee. No, I don't think I want a Vietnamese coffee, actually. I think I want like a milky tea. Yeah, a milky tea. Now, I actually have a bunch of T2 bags that I need to use up. Let me see what I have. While I'm waiting for this to preheat. This takes a while. Here, this tin. Okay. Let's not go to the herbal one. Black tea. Earl Grey, chai, Christmas breakfast, or morning sunshine. I'm not feeling morning sunshine. Maybe Christmas breakfast. What is this? Black tea, ginger, cinnamon, natural and artificial flavoring, gingerbread, vanilla, coconut, oh no, not coconut, chocolate, gingerbread, honey, ginger, nutmeg. That sounds lovely. I want that. I could use a little bit of Christmas feeling, emotions, energy right now. And actually I'll use my mug that I normally drink coffee from so that it keeps it hot for longer. And then I'm going to does it matter like the order that I steep? Yeah, okay. I'll so how do I make this? 1 per cup, 2 to 4 minutes. 2 to 4 minutes of steeping. Christmas breakfast time. Oh, it's kind of spicy. Just what I want. I have a tea. Make myself a little tea. A little bit of a comforting tea. Oh, okay, it's preheated. So we can throw in about 2 squeezes of oil. The camera probably needs to be adjusted. I'm going to go for oil. I think I need a bit more. I have a lot of garlic. There we go. That's good. So this is the beef. And then I put my cup aside, waiting for my hot water to boil. So the garlic. Maybe I shouldn't use this spoon because it has holes in it. And then like the ingredients will get stuck in the holes. Yeah, that's smart. This one's so tiny. Oh, that's not too bad. It's just not a very wide paddle. Go, buddy, go. Heat up that. And then how much paprika? A teaspoon. Oh, the sun's coming out. hot water. Hey Google, set a timer for 4 minutes. I'm going to speak for maximum. I want it strong too. Okay. So I'm not going to measure out a teaspoon because I think I'll make it red and spicy. Actually, where does paprika come from? Like, what is the plant that grows paprika? Is it a chili? Because I think in a lot of Vietnamese cuisine, we actually do use quite a bit of paprika. From memory, from what I see of my mum cooking. Until it releases an aroma. Are you releasing your aroma? I don't know. Actually, you know what I need? I need my step stool. This pot is like kind of tall. I need to be able to see inside. There we go. That's better. Okay, that looks good, and I can kind of smell it. I should turn the fan on because the paprika in the oil. Okay, paprika oil done. What's next? Broth. Except the carrots. Cook until the meat is tender. Add all the broth ingredients except carrots. So it is shit. I guess the beef. The beef can go in. Ah. So this has been marinating since 8 a.m. So that should be enough time. And this marinade has hoisin sauce, soy sauce, and a bit of the stew paste. And a little bit of salt. Okay. Next. Heat that up. Another container I need to wash. Shorty, not Shorty. Your birthday present from Belka arrived. Yeah, what did you get, Penguin? Okay, I need to add more. I am a shorty. A little shorty. Oh, the medium onion. It's been quartered. The lemongrass. Maybe there's too much lemongrass. I don't know. I tried to estimate what 3 stalks of lemongrass would be. Probably too much. Star anise, 3 to 4 pods. You've heard only good things about lemongrass. Alright. Chucking that. And then ginger. 1.5 tablespoons. Well, you know what? I'll just use the rest of the stew. Okay. It's going to be a very spicy stew. Oh, that's the pudding. Oh my God. So many things happening. Bay leaves. 4 to 5 bay leaves. Now, let me... That'll do. They're a little bit broken, but they'll do. Okay. Oh no, that's the 4-minute timer. That's my tea timer. Oh, that can keep steeping. That's fine. 2 tablespoons of dark soy sauce. 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. 1, 2. They've been on your list for ages. Am I missing a penguin message? I didn't see if penguin said what they got as a present. One, two, tomato paste. Kind of like split it up everywhere. Bay leaves, star anise, soy sauce, tomato paste, lemongrass, ginger, onion, 1 can of chicken broth. Oh, here it is, right in front of me. Urgh. Okay, it's going in. Whoa, it smells. I got the fork wing books. Oh, that's so fun. Um, 6 ounces. Hey Google, what's 6 ounces in meals? 170 grams. Hey Google, what's 170 times by 2? 340. Okay. I'm working fast here, guys. I think about 350. This should be fine. So that's coconut water. Man, this is so Asian. This is such an Asian take on a stew. 5 cups of filtered water. What? Turn the heat to high until it hits a boil and then reduce the heat so it maintains a low boil. I don't understand. I'm meant to add water? I don't think there is. So let me just add 2 cups. I don't think there's enough ingredients. Oh, but I do have a whole bowl of carrots. I don't know, I'm adding 2 cups of water. Let's just do 2 cups. 3 cups? This is 5 cups. Maybe I'll do 3 cups. I can deal with that. Okay. Now, I think I can then close this and start the pressure cooker. Pressure cooker. So I think I'm gonna do it for the beef, maybe like 20 minutes. Ah, that's the pudding. No. 30 minutes, 20 minutes. How long do they want? Stop the timer. Yeah. Maintains a low boil, 60 to 90 minutes. Let's just do 30 minutes at a high pressure. Pressure. Let's do high, 30 minutes. And then we'll check, we'll do like a, oh, maybe like a casserole. Yeah, I need it's the freaking menu. I mean, not menu. Whatchamacallit? Manual. That's the word. Hang on, casserole, high, 4 hours. No, that's a slow cook. Casserole, 1 hour, auto quick. Gravy, beef, chuck, and skirt steak. So we're using chuck. So casserole, 80, but then I wanted to reduce the time because I don't want it like super, super soft. And the pieces are smaller. So we'll do 30 minutes at high pressure. Go. Right, we're locked in. It's going. And now I can deal with the pudding. Ah! Oh no, my pudding. What happened to my other oven mitt? Oh, I left it next to the oven. Okay. I'm gonna check the jiggle solidification. Still very, very liquid. I'll leave it back in. Hey Google. No, wait. Hey Google, set a timer for 10 minutes. What are we making today? Oh, we are making Vietnamese coconut flan, so cream caramel, but with coconut flavoring. And it's also a lighter pudding than we did with the Philippine one. We're doing this is a Vietnamese beef stew, which is like a kind of like a tomato paste. It has influences of beef bourguignon, bourguignon. I don't know how to pronounce it, but the French beef stew. And we're also going to make Patê Sô, which is a Vietnamese meat pie pastry that has been influenced by the French. So I'm going to pop that to the side. Okay, stay there. Our setup is a little bit crowded today. I put away some of these bowls and plates and stuff. I think we're done with these ingredients, and it's just the carrots. I don't know why I thought I had to do 2 cans chicken broth. I bought 2 cans. Well, I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure I'll use it for something else. I misread it. I can put the paprika in. I'm done with this. Oh, I forgot this thing. No, cancel. Which is the spicy stewed beef flavor paste. Hang on. Let me release. Okay. How did I miss this? A tablespoon. Okay. We're good. I remembered before I put it away and before the pressuring happened. So, actually, what does this taste like? Is it salty? It's kind of salty. I'll just add 1. I can always flavor adjust later. So we have star anise, bay leaves, lemongrass, beef chuck, onions, garlic, paprika. It is a very unique Vietnamese thing. All right, I'm going to put this back on and I'm going to go start. All right, back to all good. And it uses chicken broth and also uses coconut water. This is something that my mum made quite a bit when I was growing up. So she hasn't made it in a while. So I don't know if I have like distinct memories of it. It's definitely I probably have more distinct memories of the Vietnamese style chicken curry, which is like a soup-based curry, which I should probably make sometime. Because that one is actually quite also delicious. It's a very coconut based, kind of like a Thai style curry. Oh, my sweet condensed milk. My babies. All right, now I'm gonna measure out some amount. I'm gonna reward myself. No, not reward myself. I don't need to. There's no rewarding needed. I can have my milk tea whenever I want. Okay, I'm gonna set this going. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I recommend trying to make it. Well, I'll let you know if this recipe works out. And I honestly don't know if this jar thing, if you actually really need it, this flavoring jar of the spicy stewed beef flavor paste. I suspect you may not. I suspect like the lemongrass, ginger, all that other stuff is probably going to do more of the heavy lifting. And star anise and the bay leaves are going to do more of the heavy lifting than anything. Oh, I am a dum-dum. I put the sweet condensed milk on and then teared the whole thing, which doesn't really give me an accurate representation of how much sweet condensed milk is actually in my tea. I'll just have to do the taste test. Nah, it needs more. How can you tell? I just know. It's just not enough sweetness on the tongue. Okay, so that's pressure cooking the meat. I don't want to over pressure cook the carrots. So my thought was, once that's done, I'll chuck in the carrots. Then maybe I'll pressure cook for like 10 minutes, maybe. And then just to like get it a bit softened. And then I want to simmer the sauce down to evaporate a little bit, depending. Yeah, and then to pretty much like this is a stew. So the process is going to be really, really simple. Stews are just like cheap cuts of meat cooked at for long periods of time at low temperatures. But here I'm cheating by using a pressure cooker. Cheating, optimizing. That's a good cup of tea. That is a fancy cup of tea. Making a concerted effort to drink up all these fancy T2 tea bags that I get as presents for like birthdays and Christmas and stuff. I always like leave them for a special day and then like I never end up using them. Okay. Now, there is 3 minutes left on the pudding. That's still tucking, like just going along. Maybe before I start the next thing, I'll wash the dishes because the sink is absolutely just crazy full with the containers and things. So I will do that. I'll put on some kitchen gloves actually because I have mysteriously got a bunch of cuts on my hands that I don't even recall somehow getting. Ooh. Maybe I can do like singing practice. Will I remember the lyrics? I don't even know if I can remember lyrics without sheet music in front of me. Watch this container. I'm just watching the Pyrex container that I had the meat marinating in. Then, whoa, accidentally got the camera cable a little bit wet. Hopefully it should be okay. Okay, washing the giant metal bowl with all the whatchamacallit, cream caramel pudding mixture that was in it. Now washing a pot, a small bowl, sieve, this bowl, the peeler, in preparation of all the, of all the pate pie mix, pork pie mix that I'm going to be mixing up. It involves use the pate. Apparently when I was searching it, I was seeing if there was like a substitute for pate. And I was researching an ingredient called liverwurst. And I was like, oh, it's also made of liver. Can I use that instead of pate? Because the only pate I could find was this like, from the deli, was this like really, really big block of pate. And it turns out, apparently, no, you can't. They're actually very, very different flavor profiles. Apparently, pate, so liverwurst is a German cold meat that's like a spreadable meat that's eaten on breads and stuff. And it is, oh, that's the pudding timer. Hang on, one more thing to rinse, and then I'll go check the puddings. Oh, buddy. No. Oh, stop that. Okay. How are my puddings going? Still very, very liquid jiggle in the middle. All right, I'm gonna, hey Google, set a timer for 10 minutes. Oh, my timer thing worked. Google Home trigger warning. Google Home timers are liberally used in this room. Oops. I've triggered my own Google Home. Oh, that's good. Okay. Put the gloves away. All right. Next step, the pate. And how are we doing for time? Oh, it's only been 2 hours. We are cracking on today. Okay, I'm going to use this pot again, this bowl again, because it's just lighter and easier for me to manage. All right, swapping to the Patê Sô recipe. Now, I'm mostly using the Beyond Sweet and Savory recipe, which involves more onions. Bringing back the chopping board. Here we go. Okay, and maybe I'll move the carrots out of the way until we're ready to introduce them back in. Move this guy over a bit more. And this succulent plant thing is like aggressively big. You can't see it. Oh, maybe I'll fix the camera. The color is a bit overblown and cool. I think it's reset itself. 1 second, Chad. Camera properties. Configure video. All right, here we go. Turn this automatic setting off. Bring down the exposure. Bump up the white balance. I wish it would just hold, you know. Anyway, brightness down a little bit. The flowers are getting like too much exposure, but I think it should be okay. Contrast. All right, well, we'll see how long this will hold up for. What I might do is I might put like a dark tea towel over the pressure cooker, just so that it doesn't look so overexposed. Do I have a dark one? Oh yeah. Oh, I also have like some tenugui that I need to use. That's fine. I'll use this cute sweets patterned one. And then like that. Does that help it? Kind of. Maybe I shouldn't cover that. I'll just like avoid the steam hole. Like that. Yeah, that looks kind of better. And I'm not preventing anything. Okay. Cool. Right. My phone. Patê Sô's time. So we're going to be using puff pastry, but we need to make the filling first. And we're going to make square ones because I don't want to waste pastry. So we're going to use 3/4 cup. 10 ounces. Hey Google, what's 10 ounces in grams? 283. Shit. All right, you're wondering why I'm cursing. I have 500 grams, so we're going to need to double the recipe. That's the thing. That is the packet. So I need sugar, which I'm going to use sweetener where I can. Oh no. Have I run out of sweetener? Hold on. Because this sugar in this situation doesn't really affect like caramelization or anything. It's just for flavoring. Oh no. Hey Google, add sweetener to the shopping list. You know what I need to use though? I have like a ton of these tablets that I need to use. So one tablet is equivalent to what? A teaspoon. Hey Google, how many teaspoons in a tablespoon? 3 teaspoons. So if I do a tablespoon of sugar, which is equivalent to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 2 tablespoons. Yeah, I'll do that. And then we will need lots of pepper. I'm going to use a mix of cracked pepper and ground pepper, especially ground pepper, because like different sizes. Salt, a tablespoon of minced garlic. Now, what is a tablespoon, I ask you? We're just going to go another full head of garlic. What is a 3/4 of a cup of onion? We're going to go 3/4. So I think it's like, man. So this is a cup. I reckon it's like 2 or 3 onions. Let's take out 3. Well, let's have a look. And I need to double that. 3/4 times by 2 is 6/4, which is a cup and a half. Is that right? 6/4. Yeah. Yeah, a cup and a half. That's how much I need of onions. Cup and a half. There you go. A cup and a half of onions, a whole head of garlic, ground pork, which I have 500 grams. We're doubling the recipe. Oh my God, the pressure cooker is now cooking. Oh my goodness, there's going to be a lot of that, isn't it? A large egg for brushing the pastry. Get it out because will I forget later? Absolutely. So we're going to get the egg out now and sit in front of you. I think I have object impermanence. If I can't see it, I forget about it. Oh, and I need pâté. And the reason why I picked this recipe is because my mum always said that there was pâté in Patê Sô. And there is recipes without pâté, but I refuse to believe them. I object. So, used by 13th of August. Okay. So, my deli had some vacuum sealed pâté pieces. So, even though it's really, really big, I bought some because I'm trying to make sure that this has every chance of succeeding. So, I've got the pâté in a container, which I'll bring over in a second when I need it. So, we mix the sauteed shallot and garlic with all the raw ingredients, and then we put it into the pastry. So we're going to do the prep work for this. 1.5 cups of onion. And then actually what I might do is I might crush up these tablets. These sweetener tablets. I actually got this little mortar and pestle as a present because of my pharmacy background. Someone decided to give this to me. And I love it. I actually low-key love it. Not even low key. I just love it. Onion. 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 We are doing French-inspired cooking here, so, you know, I feel like we're allowed to take a little bit of a liberty. Okay, so I need a bowl for the chopped up onion and the garlic once it's done. And I need a bowl to store the leaves. Oh, hang on, I gotta go check on the pudding again. 1 second. Yes. Yes. Oh. Let's have a look. I'm going now. Oh no, I splashed some water into it. But it's looking a lot more solidified. I think it's ready. I accidentally splashed some water from the Bain Marie into it. Now, let me show you, chat. This is what we got. So I also want to bake the other two ones, but I need a lot less water. So I got some water in there. Yeah, let me see if I can use a tissue to kind of like soak up some of this water so it doesn't absorb into all my hard work. Okay. I think, I don't, I think, do you think this is the best? I broke it. I did break it, Penguin. It stuck to my finger. I wasn't expecting it to stick to my finger. This one's set. Do you reckon it's set? Or do you reckon, oh, I shouldn't touch it like that. Do you reckon it just needs to cool down? Or do you reckon I need to put it back in the oven? It's not, I think it's okay. Start again. In the bin, start again. No. What a waste of materials. Nah, we're committed now. I have committed myself to these ramekins of pudding. I accept them for who they are, despite all their flaws. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this. I'm going to pick out these and put them on a tray. Actually. Ah! Hang on. I need to safety this. I need to figure out a way to safely do this. Hold on. Can I do it with this? This glove is really, really a menace. Maybe if I use this tea towel. Or maybe the red tea towel. If I kind of like wrap my fingers and like that so that it doesn't stick into the water. Yeah, this is good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pour out. Right, use the gloves. Use the gloves. Don't do my. Oh, hang on. Oh, I think it might be okay because I think because we're doing 2 of these ramekins only, I don't think it displaces it too much. But we have to be really, really careful. Okay. Let's hope that these pots do not crack. They are ceramic. I don't know if they're rated for the oven, but we're going to see because we're doing a really, really low temperature. I'm going to put these in. Okay. So we're going to do for these ones. Hey, Google, set a timer for 35 minutes. All right, I'm going to set these aside to cool, even though I've broken the top, but whatever. Look, I'm going to flip it upside down when I take it out of the mold anyway, so no one's going to know. No one's going to know. You know, but no one else is going to know. Who will know? How will they know? How will they know, chat? How will they know? If someone doesn't snitch on me, then we're all good. No snitching. Okay. What was I doing? I was doing this, but I might just like grab this bowl back out for the dirty things rather than have to wash another bowl. Garlic first? Garlic first. Whoa, this garlic has like a garlic growing out of it. I'm gonna get rid of the outside garlic. I don't know if it's a good garlic or not. I think this garlic went a bit old. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of it. Oh, the lighting's so dramatic, as Leo would describe it. Dramatic lighting. See, this is why I didn't want to take a break from streaming, because this has distracted me so well with all the chaos and shenanigans that we deal with. Of like, oh no, I broke the pudding. All right, let me crush some of these to make it easier. Take off the garlic skins. I've peeled so much garlic today. So I think I need to actually quite finely mince this one, because it's going to go into the, it's going to get cooked down. So we want to reduce the moisture in this pastry. And this mince is also meant to be like quite a fatty pie filling as well. So the pie filling is a little bit different in that it's not going to be a liquid pie filling, if that makes sense. It's going to be more of a dry pie filling. Kind of like, almost like a mince pie filling. Like a, you know, like a sweet mince pie, and how it sits. It's kind of like a bit of a thicker paste. I don't know if there's a, oh, maybe like a pot pie filling, like a British pot pie, where it's kind of like filled inside the pie crust. But in this case, we're using puff pastry. But this Patê Sô is one of my absolute favorite pastries to have from the Vietnamese bakery when I was growing up. It's so buttery and fatty and rich. So you can only have one or two. And it's just so good. Okay, here. Let me put this, let me wipe off some of this like garlic peel, skin, garlic skin. Okay, so I don't get garlic skin into my minced garlic. All right, and then we're going to mince these, and we're going to finely mince them as well. Oh. Just focusing on the garlic in front of me. Okay, I'm doing the first slicing just to make the next subsequent steps really easy to mince. Slice, 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 slice. Ever thought of buying garlic press mince? I think I think of every time I have to chop garlic. You know what, Jen? I do own a garlic press. This thing where you pop a garlic in and then you squeeze it. It's actually very, very good. The reason why I hand mince this garlic for certain recipes is because when you mince garlic, you crush a lot of the fibers and the cells, and it doesn't actually cut through. When you use that mincer press thing, it doesn't actually cut through the fibers. It just kind of mushes the garlic. And so as a result, sometimes the garlic becomes, if I'm doing like a stew where I don't want big chunks of garlic, or where it doesn't really matter, or if I am making like a soup where I'm going to add garlic in and it doesn't really matter if it disappears, it's just to add the overall flavor, then I use that. For this, because I actually don't want it to become, to let a lot of moisture from the garlic, I want to kind of keep it in the cells, but then slowly evaporate the moisture when I cook it. I prefer to mince it by knife, because essentially when you're mincing by knife, what you're doing is you're cutting a bigger piece of garlic into smaller pieces of garlic and then increasing the surface area of each garlic piece, I guess. And so because I'm not crushing any cells, I'm cutting through cellular tissue, I guess is essentially how you'd say it. There's less moisture being released at this step. And I cut the garlic also for the bok choy stew is because I wanted big chunks of garlic still floating around. So it really depends on, for me anyway. And there's nothing wrong with like using that mince thing all the time. The other thing is like, it's just, I don't know, it's a perceived notion I have that cutting this, I haven't done any like scientific experiments to see the difference, but it's also just like a preference that I feel when I cut it, that I notice that it just brings up more moisture and the amount of resulting liquid I have. But yeah, another question, do you wish you have a bigger chopping board? You always run out of space. This chopping board is also already quite big. My cooking space is quite limited, or my bench space is quite limited. I think it depends, because I do have a bigger like plastic chopping board, or a big, like this is about 2/3, that's smaller. I do have like this really big one that is a little bit bigger than that one. I think it's just about space management, because that garlic can be cheap. Can't be cheap, surely. This garlic, what about the garlic? But yeah, it depends on like the space. I know you can get chopping boards that sit the full length of it, but the thing is, because I change so much of what this bench top does, so for example from it's also about storage in the kitchen. This stores quite nicely. So the way that I have my kitchen set up is that I have storage drawers instead of cupboards, and so it does fit quite nicely in terms of the height. If I had a bigger chopping board, it wouldn't actually fit in any of my drawers. So I feel like even if I had a bigger chopping board, it would be too annoying to store and manage. Also, with a bigger chopping board, it wouldn't fit in my sink for me to wash it. That's another consideration I have. And also for me, I actually quite like the weight of the chopping board. It's quite a heavy one. Penguin. You have 5 chopping boards and you still run out of space. I mean, that's the thing, is like you will always run out of space. So it's, for me, that's why I use some of these bowls to store the ingredients after I've chopped them, and then purely just using the chopping board for chopping, not for storing. Totally understand, yeah. Most of my dishes to wash are from prep. Yeah. Which is why when I cook, so I always try to do a little bit of washing as I go through the prep step. Because for me, if I wait until the end, it becomes too overwhelming and too much. So I also produce a lot of dishes while I prep. And I think that's the case for everybody. Which is why there's like roles in the kitchen for prep chefs and stuff. Because and kitchen washers, as in busboys and stuff, because like no one wants to do that shit. The fun bit is like the cooking bit, right? The bit where you form it all together. Okay, so I got my garlic. I'm going to set that to the side. I think I'm going to use the same bowl to add it all together. So I'm going to try and aim for 1.5 cups of onion. Let's see how we do. All right, let's up this side. And I'm going to go down the middle to make it a little bit easier to peel. But yeah, I think you just got to figure out what your system is. You will always feel like you need more space, but I can't afford a new house. Or actually, the other thing is I don't really want a new house. My house is the right size for me. It's not big, but the thing is, like, it's functional. I have a living space, I have a kitchen, I have a bathroom. It's not new and fancy. I don't have a walk-in wardrobe. I only have one toilet. Some of the houses in Australia are very, very big, like especially the newer ones where you have like butler pantries. Butler pantries are like separate sort of rooms off to the side of the kitchen where you can keep a lot of your appliances, like additional appliances and things like that. I have a little space in my laundry, a little bench top, where I store my air fryer, and then the rest is like stored away when I don't use it into my cupboards, in my drawers, sorry. What I wish I did have space more for is I would love to get a KitchenAid. Because I find like the KitchenAid as a mixer is a very good one. I would be able to like use it to make things like breads and doughs and things like that. And also because KitchenAid has those attachments. Like I would love to get a pasta, what's it called? KitchenAid into Thermomix. Cooking stream will be us watching machines. I mean, there is a machine going on right next to me, which is the pressure cooker. The Thermomix, I think is worthwhile. It's very expensive. The Thermomix is worthwhile if you have like a very large family and you cook a lot for. For me personally, you know, I don't really need it, so I probably wouldn't do that. But a KitchenAid would really help with the hand mixing of things. Yeah. Hang on, I should cut up just these two and see if I have enough onion. Okay. I'm gonna do like, today is a onion and garlic heavy day. Okay. Hopefully, by showing you some of these dishes, if you guys ever visit Vietnam, you can be on the lookout for these Patê Sô, or if you go to like a area that is heavily Vietnamese, has a big Vietnamese like population, you'll look out for these in some of the cafes or shops and things. In Australia, we have like pockets of Vietnamese community, They've settled. Oh, okay. Sadly, got to earn my food, yeah. But yeah, I don't have the benchtop space to store a KitchenAid. And because KitchenAids are so tall, they don't fold away nicely. I can't justify purchasing one. Like, I don't have the space. And then, yeah. What about a mandolin? I do own a mandolin. Like this. But I only use them if I need to slice a lot of things and they're root vegetables like potatoes or carrots, and I'm doing a large quantity. The reason is because it terrifies me, honestly. Or I'm using or I'm mandolining a cucumber to make like a cucumber salad, because the blade terrifies me. And I need to purchase a glove. You know, one of those like gloves that apparently meant to stop you from getting your hands sliced. I've sliced my hands before. That's the thing. This is why it terrifies me. It is an inbuilt trauma now at this point. That, yeah, mandolin guard. So I have the thing that you're meant to stick spikes in to do, and I've still managed somehow to slice myself with that. And so look, I have a talent. I have a talent for injuries, okay? And so I need to get the actual glove, the glove that you put on your hand, so that when you hold these things, it has like a metal weave in it. It can't cut through the glove and therefore can't cut your hand. With the guard thing, I've accidentally like slipped, and then it's like chainmail. Yeah, I need a chainmail glove. That's what I need. I've used the guard before where it's like slipped and then my hand has like come off it and then it's like landed on the actual blade. So yeah. So all of this kind of terrifies me. Whereas like with chopping, yeah, it takes longer, but I can just control where my knife goes. And even then, you know, I have hurt myself on occasion, but less because, like, you know, I'm going slowly. I'm not at speed. I'm doing this small cut and then I'm going to mince it. I don't know. I think like mincing or cutting onions to certain sizes, it kind of like satisfies my, I don't know, is it like autism or ADHD or whatever tendencies, like the ability to control the like size level, and it's like oddly satisfying to have it kind of uniform. Wow, I didn't realize. I just looked across into the living room window, but there's a house on the corner getting demolished. I had no idea that was happening. I just heard some giant bangs and stuff, and I was like, what is that? I think this is more than a cup and a half of onion. I think I had overestimated or underestimated when I was eyeballing what a cup and a half of onion would be like. I'm glad I didn't cut the third onion. I think I will still use it, all of this. But I'm pretty sure this is more than a cup and a half of onion. Okay. Chop, 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 chop. Now, has it been enough time that I can put the cream caramels in the fridge to cool down completely? I think so. They feel a bit cooler. Yeah, okay. I'll put them in the fridge. Let me just make some space. Kind of like that. And I can slide in to here. Oh. The problem also, chat, is because my fridge is so inconveniently stopped at the moment because I had to. They gave me all 3 injections that I need to have, and 2 of them I have to store in the fridge. And gave me enough for 2 weeks, and they take up like a whole chunk of my fridge. It's just full of these hormone injections, and I constantly have to like. I put some of them in the vegetable crisper with my broccoli. I'm just like, well, I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to live in there. They are in like a package inside another package, so like they should be fine. They won't get contaminated or anything like that. And they're kind of like all sealed and stuff anyway. So it should be fine, but okay. With this, I think I want like a. The other thing you can do, so what I do own is a food processor, because the one I got does smoothies. It also has a blender thingy. It has a food processor. It also has a spiralizer, but I never use the spiralizer option. But a food processor is very good for like making soups, making chopping up things up in like very even amounts kind of thing. So maybe I could have used the food processor for this, but I couldn't be bothered washing it. So, but if I was doing like making a paste, if I was making like a Korean prawn cake, I would use that, because I would need to chop up like the prawns, the onions, the ginger, not ginger, garlic. Yeah. Okay. Am I happy with that size? I'm going to cook this down because I want to evaporate all the moisture. I want to make this dough pie filling, as less of water as I possibly can. So I think, and also because I don't want the chunks of onion to be too big that it kind of deforms the dough, or deforms the filling, like it doesn't stick up. I want it small enough that it will be nice and soft and kind of sweet. Almost like making like an onion, not an onion jam, but the draw with this pastry is that the onions add so much sweetness to the filling. Okay. We need, what else do we need? I think we've cut everything up. We've done everything. So I need to cook the onion and garlic together. So I'm going to put this onion away. And for this, I will bring out the gas cooker. Oh, and let me just tidy this way. See, it's like you're never going to have enough space to hold all the stuff that you need. All right, that's good. And I think I can take rid of this. You may be able to make this in time. Oh, damn it. Should use the knife to like transfer all of this into the bowl. Oh, there's some onion skin that I can see. I'm trying to pick it out. There's a lot of onion. Oh well, you'll be fine. Should be fine. Oh. Are the onions killing your eyes? No, actually. They're actually okay. Usually when I cut into an onion, when I do the first half, I can tell how juicy it is and how much it's going to kill my eyes. And at that step, I usually give it a bit of a wash in the sink. But, oh, sorry, that's the nurse. I need to pick that up. I'm going to turn off the mic. Hello, I'm back. Okay, let me put in my calendar. They just gave me an appointment time for next Friday for my scan. And I need to go scan 8:15 a.m. because otherwise I'm gonna forget. Okay, cool. Nice and early. Alrighty. Alright. And let me fix the camera while I'm here. Properties. I think all the configure video. Actually, that is a good. Maybe we want it a little bit like warmer. I think that's a good exposure. Okay. Oops. Back to cooking. Where are we going? Oh, the pressure cooker is going off. Oh, thank goodness. The pudding is still baking away. This still needs like 4 minutes to go. Oh. The nurse was very nice. So they're very like supportive in this process. They're just like, okay, is everything on track? And it's like, yep. Everything is on track. Set up the gas stove to cook the filling. Alrighty. And then I asked her about the side effect of feeling like very emotional, and she's like, I don't think it's the medication. I didn't think so either. Because normally it takes some time for like that kind of stuff to like kick in. But I wonder whether she was like what she would say. So I asked her. I'm fully leading into being a patient, guys. Okay, I need to set up my gas can. Oh, this one's a good one. I just need to cook down the onion and the garlic to lock this baby in. I'm gonna move some of this over so that. Okay. We're gonna do what fry pan? I don't need a skillet, but I need a big enough. I need to like sweat the onions, and that is a real word. Is this big enough? You don't want to overcrowd it. I think I'll use this. And then it should, like, if it jumps around and stuff, it will keep it in place. Oh, what is happening? Oh, it's been 4 minutes. Oh, this is now done. Okay. It is depressurized. Whoa! You can't. That looks good. I want to test the doneness of the beef. Oh, that beef is like very soft. That beef is done. So let me do. Oh, I need to put in the carrot. I should have put in the carrots. Like, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna put in the carrots now, and then we'll do some splashed up. Got my finger a little bit. Okay, I want to taste this soup, and so now I'm gonna simmer it with the carrots. I need a proper spoon. That's the pudding, but I think, like the other one, I think the pudding might need a bit longer. Oh, it's a little bit thin in flavor. Hang on. I'm gonna just check I need to adjust the flavor of that. But what does it need? So firstly, I think it needs some MSG. Oh, this is way not baked enough. Hey Google, set a timer for 20 minutes. I think it needs some MSG. I think it needs some like stock flavoring. It's not like umami enough. I think it's missing some fish sauce. This is a flaw of a Vietnamese chef, okay? We believe that they're like, you need like fish sauce and everything. Like about 2 tablespoons. And then it needs to reduce down because it's way too thin. It needs to be like thicker. Okay, I've added the carrots in and then we're just going to boil it down. Hopefully it won't break down the beef too much. A little bit better. Let's see how it goes. I'll put this spoon away. And I'm going to change the to like, hang on, let me get out of pressure cooker. Let's just do a reduction. And I'm going to increase the time to like an hour. So the beef is definitely done. All right, I'll leave the lid open and then I'll just let it kind of like reduce. So this function, what we'll do is I'll just keep it on a low boil simmer kind of thing. All right. Now I'm going to sweat these onions. I might use that same wooden spoon. I'm going to add some oil. Not too much oil, but enough to like, yeah, that's a good amount. What do I need to do? Oh, yeah, I need to wash the wooden spoon because I want to use this for, oh no, I want this one because it's got a longer handle and I'm short. Not that short, chat. And I'm going to go with my step stool. Okay. Oh, that's way too hot. All right, let's go. Sweat. So we want to, sweat out these onions and garlic. And then when it's done, we'll chuck it into the metal mixing bowl. And then we will add the mince and all the flavorings. Okay. Ooh, this is fun. And then I can drink my tea while I do this. Okay, we are managing the stew, reducing down. I think it's going. It hasn't heated up yet. I think it's still heating. So it's not bubbling. I see some bubbles. I also noticed there's a lot of oil in the stew. So I think I might like try and skim some of that oil off in a sec. And then I have one batch of the cream caramel, the coconut cream caramel in the fridge resting or cooling down. And we have another batch, another 2 ramekins baking in the oven or steaming or bain marie, whatever you want to call it. Oh, I'm glad the phone call, check-up phone call's out of the way. Ah. I'm very excited for some more cozy drawing strings, actually. I kind of get it now when people, so some artists are like, oh, I feel like unsettled if I'm not creating. And I'm like, I kind of get it now. Oh, I need to turn on my fan some more because now the house is getting filled with onion smell. I'm noticing some caramelization, a slight change in color. I want it to be sweet. This is more of an onion pie than a meat pie, honestly. I'm just like scraping the bottom of this pot. Oh yes, it is sweating. The new project that I want to, okay, no, I need to focus on one project at a time. So I've got my character stream, I have my editing, I have my streaming, I have my drawing pixel art in order to create subscriber badges. The other thing I was like thinking, do you know what would be really fun to do? Because, okay, the background story, chat, is that I really want one of those. So I already have a projector galaxy light that I use in my stream room just to give it really, really cozy vibes. And I really, really want one of those sunset lamps. And I also really, really want one of those like water ripple lamps. And I was like, is there a thing that just does all of these? And I was like, oh, I think that's just a projector. A projector can do all of this if you program it. But then I was like, and then if I do that, but then like that's just projection mapping. So maybe what I need to do next is learn how to animate and learn how to projection map my stream room so that I can have like whatever cozy vibes I want to do. I want to bring the whimsy into my life. Kat, hello, welcome. How are you? How are you today? How are you going? All right, these onions are sweated and they're done. They're good. And I'm going to dump them out into. Those are pretty flowers. Thank you. They're not real, unfortunately. But it just means that I can enjoy them all the time. You all right today? Oh, how are you? You want the truth, Kat? You want the truth? Or do you need me to not trigger you? Of course you're okay. The truth is I am a mess. An emotional mess. You can't handle the truth. No, I mean, I think you guys are all very, very resilient people. So I think you are definitely all capable of handling the truth. But sometimes if you're already in a fragile state, sometimes you don't need the extra energy. I'm American. I can handle it. Okay, all right. So at the moment, the honest truth is I am functioning. I don't think I've updated you, but obviously, so the story is that I've started my injections, my hormone injections today. So I gave myself the first 2 injections And this journey is going to be about 2 weeks of injections, depending on how I respond. Pretty much what I'm doing is I'm doing actually like egg freezing. So the story is that originally I got myself checked out a while ago, and they found that my hormone levels were really, really low. And that they then did like another test where they checked my hormone that produces eggs was really low. And so then they followed up with a scan, and the scan showed that I wasn't producing enough follicles to be considered fertile. So essentially, like the diagnosis is medical infertility. And so what that means is that then if, and I don't know about kids. Like, I'm not like, I have to have kids, but neither am I like, I hate kids. I'm just like, I'm ambivalent about kids. But I didn't expect that I would be having to have this decision now in life. But what it means is that the doctor said that by prognosis is that if I don't preserve my eggs now, it's just going to get worse as I get older. And so now that I have this information, so this is like kind of like a surprise finding. I wasn't expecting to be told, hey, you're fertile when I'm meant to be like young and fertile. So so then he was like, look, you know, just soak in the information, and then but my suggestion is that if you want to preserve your fertility, you need to freeze your eggs now. So luckily, like the result of my hormones and stuff hasn't really like my baseline state hasn't really impacted my overall functioning too much. So like, you know, it's been okay. They put me on a bunch of like multivitamins and stuff, so it's like slightly gotten a little bit better. It's still not like normal, but yeah. And I think also because I know like also stress can have an effect, so I'm not like working full-time in corporate anymore, so like I'm less stressed, so that might have contributed to it being better. So yeah, so now I'm essentially doing the starting bit of IVF, but just the egg freezing bit. And so yeah, I just learned how to give myself injections, and I've been very kind of emotional about it all. But yeah, so we'll see. So in the next 2 weeks, I may have to like, depending on how the side effects are, so it's still too early to tell what the side effects, it's only being day one. So it's still too early to tell how I'm gonna respond with the side effects. But it can be, apparently some people can feel like absolutely tired as hell, like fatigued and stuff. It's a lot. Sending you lots of love. Thank you, Kat. Overall, I'm okay. But like randomly, and I don't think it's the injections. I think it's just because the whole process is like a lot. Randomly, there'll be a thing, and then I'll just start wanting to cry. It's so random. Like, I was in the car. All you can do, okay, I'm happy to laugh at it, okay? I'm happy to laugh at it because it's so weird. I'll be in the car, I'm just driving, and then I'll look at this magpie and I'll be like, he's so cute. And then I just started crying. And I'm just like, and then I saw like another magpie it's not a real magpie, it's a fake magpie, but I've forgotten the name for it, but it kind of looks like the same colors. And I was like, he's cute too. And then I'll just like start crying. Yeah. And then earlier in stream, Tiny triggered the Ame Pats, and I was like, this song is so nice. Like the saddest art, and I was like, oh my god, emotions. Randomly crying isn't normal. I do it all the time. I mean, I feel things, but normally I feel things, but like random, like I don't just randomly like actually start crying. And it's perfectly fine if that's your normal. It's not my normal. As in, everyone's normal is different. Remember, there is no such thing as really normal doesn't really exist. So, so I'll keep you updated on it because honestly, laughing at it, Thanks, Kat. Thanks for the head pats. Oh my gosh. Sorry, now that I know this song triggers me, I feel the emotion, but it's not making me burst into tears. Oh, Yama. Hello, Yama. So yeah, we'll see how we go. I may so I have to the nurses. So I got the first phone call from the nurse. They're all very, very nice and lovely, but I have to go do like a bunch of scans and some more blood tests and stuff like that kind of thing. So I might the streams might be a little bit interrupted or a little bit chaotic as I navigate that. But I'm sure you guys don't mind. You guys are all very supportive. But yeah, don't worry, guys. They provide counseling. I've had lots of counseling. I've processed everything. So now it's just all the planning, and now we're actually doing the thing that I've been planning, as in like with the doctors and stuff. So that's why I think I'm just a bit more emotional about it. So I plan to I have got like a contingency plan. So like on days where I maybe don't feel like doing the whole, and it'll only be for like 2 weeks. Where if I not feel like doing like a full-on stream, I might stream a bit early. So as in it's a lot to go through. You're great. Thank you, Kat. I really appreciate it. And I know this is just my own personal journey. I know a lot of women go through this as well. So, if other people can make it, I can do it. We're tough. We're tough people. So definitely make it. But I don't know. I'm pretty open. I don't really feel like the need to hide it. I didn't really know how to talk about it the other day, but now I'm feeling more comfortable with it and the language of like how to frame it. And so yeah. All right, I'm adding some sugar, which is sweetener. I'm just making the pie filling at the moment. But yeah, it's I'm actually okay. I'm actually okay. But everyone goes through the same things, where you have days where everything is a lot, and then you have days where everything is you can deal and cope. But yes, how are you, Yama? How have you been today? Hopefully my news doesn't impact you guys and make you feel any bad or anything like that. Please don't feel bad for me. I'm actually, all things considered, doing very, very well. I am coping. I just have really weird fluctuations in emotion. But I'm not down in the dumps about it. And I have turned to humor to cope with it. Coping mechanism. But yeah, how are you, Yama? Feels bad. Nah, not allowed. Straight to emotional jail, penguin. Escape from the clinic for your blood test results. Iron is good now, so they're reducing my dosage. Yay! And you also talked to your doctor today as well, Kat. You got your labs and it's a clean bill. Yeah, yay to proactive health. Guys, I'm so proud of you. Look at us. It's Doctor's Day. Yeah. Yeah, everyone. If you've got any niggling problems, just get it checked out, because you never know, Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad I'm glad that all the news is, and even if the news is not good, even if you're we will get through this, just like everything else in life. That's so funny. What a coincidence that all of us are yeah, we're just proactive like that. But yeah, kind of proud of our little approach to life here. Okay, now let me double check my recipe. I got onions, I got garlic, I got pork. I need to add pate. Very, very important. According to my mum's instructions, I need to add. Now, I couldn't find Vietnamese pate, so I had to source. And yes, there is a difference between Vietnamese pate and Western pate. So I need to do how much? 2 tablespoons, which is 4 tablespoons. 1 and 2. Oh, that's the cream caramel alarm timer going. Yeah. 4. That should be enough. That's like a whole chunk out of my pate. You know what? One day I want to try and make Vietnamese pate, because pate is so expensive. When I bought this pate, I was like, really? How much? Anyway, I mean, I could have gone to Coles and bought like a cheap one, but I was kind of like lazy too. And then, you know what? The rest of this pate, I'll just eat with some crackers or something. I do really like, cheese boards and stuff like that. So, all right, let me check. Let me do the wiggle test. You won't be able to see, but I need to do the wiggle test on my puddings. All right, buddy. You set. I think it needs another 10 minutes. Hey, Google, set a timer for 10 minutes. Okay. Right. I need to mix all this in. I'm so excited about this pastry, guys. This is like my childhood favorite savory pastry. It is a very meaty pastry, but it has lots and lots of onions. Unfortunately, a lot of Vietnamese food is like protein heavy. Actually, no, carb heavy, but like carb with like a lot of meat. So, but we do make really good. If you go to temples in Vietnam, they do have really good, or any Vietnamese temple actually, or any temple run by Vietnamese people. We do have really good vegetarian food, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate or not. I don't know how people feel about it, but there's a lot of Vietnamese vegetarian food that mimics meat, like mimics protein, which like I feel like if you're choosing to go vegetarian or protein, you're doing it to embrace like a lot of different reasons. A lot of Vietnamese temples have like mock duck, like it's made of things like tofu, bean curd, gluten, etc., for like different textures and stuff. It's done for religious reasons, because you're on certain Buddhist days, you're meant to eat vegetarian. And so people do it for religious reasons. So then they're like craving meat, and they want to like eat what they normally eat, but have it vegetarian. So there's actually a lot of like recipes that mimic the fibers of like protein, like different meat proteins. You were vegetarian for a little over a year at one point. Oh, awesome. How did it go, Penguin? I usually try to like have a lot more veggie. Like I'm not vegetarian, but I try to have more. I have nothing against it. I just haven't, vegetarian, vegan. But I certainly have friends who are, and yeah, I have nothing against it. I just enjoy it. But I do try to go some days without eating protein, like meat, to have like a better impact on the environment. But everyone's journey with food is a very, very personal one. So, definitely do not. I actually also met someone who decided to go vegetarian because they had too many food poisoning bouts with food, and as in with meat, that they identified that was the factor. And so they were like, to avoid food poisoning, they just go vegetarian. But I feel like even if you're vegetarian, you can still get food poisoning. It went great, but I honestly found it to be somewhat more on the expensive side. You still drank milk and ate eggs and honey, but just never touched meat. Oh, it was more expensive to be vegetarian. How so? Like what did you notice in your grocery bill was more expensive? Okay, this is good. So have I got everything? Pate, sugar, salt, pepper. Okay, and then I'm going to do the puff pastry. And then we're going to fill the pastry with this. But puff pastry, shall I use this tabletop? No. Maybe. I don't know. The puff pastry said to put flour down and roll it out. And then I'm going to cut the pastry into like squares. I'm going to use squares because if I do rounds, firstly, I don't have a round cutter. And because I don't have a round cutter, it's going to turn weird. The meat establishments in my area at the time, even now, just seem to be more expensive than just regular meat. I mean, if you had an Asian grocery near you, I could offer you some suggestions of different things that are often substituted. Like, I mean, you'd have a bad time of it if you were gluten intolerant as an Asian vegetarian, because a lot of the vegetarian options in Asian food is like gluten, like legit straight up gluten. Okay, let me wipe down this bench top. I think I'm just gonna just use the bench top. What do you reckon, Chad? I don't know. I think it should be fine. I'll just use the bench top. I think I'm done with these flavorings. So I'll put them away. Oops. And then I'll wipe all this down. And then I'll dry it if I'm going to roll it out with a tea towel. Okay. Alrighty. Now, I was prepared this stream, chat, that I actually put the puff pastry in the fridge to thaw overnight. You'll be so proud of me. So we'll see how this goes. Okay. Let's see. Oh, good, good, good. Okay. And then, ooh, nice, nice. All right. We'll do one at a time. I'll put the rest back in the fridge to keep it like cool. So puff pastry is a very high butter content. Okay, I'm going to treat this like, should I roll it out? I reckon. I don't think I need to. I'm just going to use flour to dust it. So it doesn't, when I peel it out, it doesn't stick to the, where is my flour? Oh, got it. Oh no, I didn't fill up the flour container. It should be all right. I will do a bit of this. Flour the surface. Just so it doesn't get like super sticky. I hope that by introducing this Patê Sô to you, that if you ever see it in a Vietnamese bakery, you'll be more aware of it to try it. Because honestly, it's so delicious. And it's normally round and puffy, but I'll show you. I mean, once we make it, you'll see what it's all about. It's so good. Okay, I'm gonna flip it over and then peel it. Okay. And treat it like this. And then, okay, it's floured, and I'm gonna flour this side as well. Jen, sorry for the off-topic question. Is your kitchen open or closed? I'm curious about the fumes that all spreading to the rest of the house. So my kitchen is open. So I have my kitchen open plans into the dining, and then open plans into the living, and then my bedrooms are like have doors on them, so they close off. I do have I bought, okay, so my kitchen, so originally this house that I live in was very old, and the kitchen was renovated. And so with the renovation, some of the design choices was the range hood I chose is actually bigger than what I actually need for the cooktop that I have. So normally what happens in a standard kitchen is that in Australian anyway, is a standard 60, I think it's a, no, 90 centimeter oven, 90 centimeter cooktop, and then like about a 90 centimeter range hood. So it's even. But because I like cooking and I hate too much smells, I went for a bigger range hood. So my range hood is actually bigger than my cooktop. Also, my cooktop is, at the time, okay, you have a fan above your stove. This is going to sound really privileged, and I know this is really, really privileged. I invested in a Bosch cooktop because now this was like 2016. Okay, this was a while ago. I have a 5-burner cooktop and the center burner is really, really big because usually in my culture we cook a lot of like big meals and stuff. So my range hood, my cooktop is actually 70 centimeters. My oven is 60 centimeters, and my range hood is 90 centimeters. So yeah, so I renovated the kitchen according to like my functional use. So the other thing is that when I did the research for the range hood and I worked with a builder, the wall of my kitchen is up against. So, okay, the thing you have to know is that from the range hood, the fan, the amount of distance that it takes to get to the outside to exhaust the fumes, the longer the distance is, the less extraction force it has. So I'm lucky in that my cooktop is to my left, like I'm here, it's here. You're obviously up against a wall. And so you're up against a wall. So it means that like my range hood vents directly to the outside. And so the extraction force is stronger. That's what I'm trying to say. So, and you can change things like that by like, understanding your extraction. You can also, when you cook, open up, sometimes depending on what I'm cooking, I do have a window right here. So I will vent using the window. And the thing with like venting is that you want to have something with a cross breeze. So you open up windows on like opposite sides of the room so that the air will come in one way and come out the other. So in terms of back to your original question, how do I deal with, so it's an open kitchen, fumes and oil spreading to the rest of the house. Yes, I do deal with like when I deep fry stuff, oil and stuff. But I usually just put the extraction fan on maximum high. If I cook something that's really, really spicy, I will cross ventilate. So I'll open the door on one side and open a window on another side. And I have, in Australia, it's very common for us to have security screens or like mosquito screens to prevent insects from coming in. So usually I'll just put the security on and then open the door so that there's still airflow. Yeah, and that's usually how I manage it. And then obviously before I fry anything, I will close all the door rooms. And then after I cook, then I just keep like the doors open for a bit to sort of ventilate. Hang on, the timer went off. I need to check the pudding. The cream caramel. Hopefully that gives you some basis or kind of like strategies of how to manage. Ooh, it's done. Okay, I'm going to turn this off and then I'm going to take out this water bath slowly. And then we also, oh crap, I'm running out of bench space. Hang on. Let me get a tray, a bowl, a tray, a bowl. Oh, I have a tray. And then I'll use the tea towel. And then, oh my God, yeah, I'm going to park this here. I'm really running out of space. That's what happens when we're over ambitious and we make 3 dishes. Okay, now pick this up with a tea towel and plonk it here. Pick this up, plonk it here. Okay, that's good. Except, yeah, where can I cool this? Dining table. I will cool it on the dining table. But let me make some room. And I need to put a corkboard down so it doesn't ruin my dining table. What happened to my oven mitts? Okay, oven mitts. I'm currently using my stovetop as storage as well. Yeah, I can hold this with one hand. Put this back down. Okay, corkboard. Okay, chat. Here are our cute little puddings. Cream caramels. Coconut cream caramels. I'm going to put them on the dining table to cool. And then after they cool, I'll pop them in the fridge. This is the bain marie or bain marie, whatever you want to call it. It's a water bath. It's done. I'm going to pour out the water because it's just literally hot water at this point. And I don't want to burn myself or scald myself. Okay, that's done. Right. What are we up to? Pastry. That's what we were up to. Okay. I need to catch up with chat. You have a fan above your stove. Like one of those fans that suck air in rather than blow air. It goes into the roof. Oh, okay. So it is also common to vent straight into the roof space. If you have a lot of roof space, that's another option as well. I'm luckily, once again, as I said, right up against the wall. So I can vent straight to the outside. Cat fancy, yes. I mean, I think you can probably tell I really love cooking and I love experimenting with my cooking and stuff like that. So when I had a chance to make sure that it was as functional as possible, yeah. And like, how often am I going to renovate? Hopefully never again, because it was a nightmare. I would never like to do it ever again. So, yeah. And I figured like, okay, I'll slowly, what is it? You know, like I lived in like so originally the house when it was like, when I first moved in, it was a shit show, guys. It was honestly, like the kitchen was from the 1960s. It had like vinyl cupboards and stuff like that. And it was terrible. And I lived in it for a few years as I saved up. And then eventually I was able to like save up enough money to like do this. And like, once again, it comes down to like what you value in life. For me, I value the functionality and also like the design of my kitchen is not modern because my house is not modern. It doesn't make sense to have like a very modern, you know, when I say modern designs are like, I'm going to cut this into square pastries like this. Modern designs are like cupboards with no handles. So instead I've gone for like a bit of like a vintage look, kind of like a country look. So I don't know, sometimes you can tell when I have my other camera on. So I have subway tiles, but they're kind of like a bit bigger and they're white. And I've gone for a very, very basic, I know it's a very basic kitchen in terms of color and stuff, but it's classic. And it just means that it will hopefully last me a really long time without seeming outdated. Also, like, I have, oh, thanks, Kat. I also have like, my house was built in the 60s, okay? So it was definitely not modern. The layout is very old school style. So old school being like, back then you had like a very separate kitchen. You had a very separate dining. Luckily, the separating thing between the dining and the kitchen. So my kitchen used to actually be L-shaped. And then the wall that was separating the kitchen and the dining was just like some framing with some glass panels. So it was very easy to remove. And actually, with the help of my family, was actually just able to remove it. Like we were able to do as much of the work physically ourselves, and then the technical bits, that's where we hired somebody. And even then, the person I hired was like part of the Vietnamese community. And there was some, oh, it's like now a little bit too salty. No! I think I need some sweetener to balance it. The carrots, man, I think I need some sweetener. I use some of these tablets. Oh, I think there's too much salt. Man, let me try and fix this. Let's use this scoop. Yeah, I even omitted some of the salt in the marinade, but I don't know how it got really salty. And then is this carrot done? Yeah, let me scoop out this carrot. Oh yeah, the carrot is absolutely done. I'm gonna stop that because I don't want it to reduce anymore. Oh, that sauce is like, the thickness looks good. Let me just test. Can I fix this? I think, let me think. I think it's like, it needs like a little bit of vinegar, just like the tiniest bit, to hopefully offset. I'm going to use a bit of rice vinegar, and I'm just going to add like the tiniest amount into the spoon. Yeah, that should be enough. It's like barely a teaspoon, okay? All right, let me test that again. It's just like the salt is like really heavy on the palate. Okay, let me try this again. Oh, okay. It's like brought it up like half a notch. Yeah. Oh, the spices are so good. There's like star anise, lemongrass. It might even be I might have added too much tomato paste. Maybe a little bit more sugar. At this point, it's about balancing. And once I hit the right balance flavor, then we'll thicken it a little bit. Okay. Oh, I managed to finish all these equal tablets. I need to go just some more sweetener. Okay. Stir, stir, stir. Let me just dissolve that a little bit and then test again. I don't want to add any more salt into this. I mean, the other thing I can do is I can add a bit of water to dilute it a little bit. We can do that. Let's try that. That might make it like a little bit better. I'll just like, it will thin it out a little bit, but then we're going to add a little bit of thickener. So like, and this is like a good like consistency for this. So hopefully this will balance out. Okay. While the water is boiling, we can try and match up these pastry squares like that. These pastry squares are not the same size at all. And then, oh, that's right. I have 9 of them. So I'll need to make more. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to make them by batches, and then I will lay them out. Where? What are you going to say, Ame? Where are you going to lay them out? I don't know. I'm running out of space. We're going to put them on the stovetop. Oh, I have the giant bowl of pork mince. Where will this pot go? I have no more space. I'll dump it on a thing over there. Okay, this can then live over here. So I'll bring this over to fill up this. And then we need the cracked egg. So I'll put the pastries onto here as they're being done. Oh, and I'll flour this so they don't stick. I am treating these pastries with the utmost respect. Respect the pastries. Okay. Man. Hopefully, like, when I narrate what I do, hopefully this will, like, give you experience to not create as much chaos as I do. Okay. So then, let me double check this. How much? Place 2 tablespoons of pork mixture in the center of the puff pastry round. Okay. I'm running out of spoons as well, chat. Oh, hang on, I haven't unpacked. Okay, I have a spoon. I have... Really? 2 tablespoons? Like... Really? Feels like a lot. I'm going to do 1. No, I'm going to make it into like a square. Maybe like... I don't know, man. I want like a giant... Kind of like... I'll shape them. I'm doing square. So the classic shape is round. I'm doing squares because I don't want to waste puff pastry. Because if you do circles, you then have to like get rid of the in-between bits. Oh, the water is boiled. I'm going to add like a little bit of water and then maybe that will cut through the salt. Maybe like 3 scoops. And then I'll taste it again. And then if it's good, I'll like stop there and just thicken it. Let's see. Still like a little bit salty. And it's really hard to fix salt. 1, 2, 3. Maybe a little bit more vinegar. You kind of want to like hit up the other flavors on the palate to distract from salt. So your options for something that's too salty is dilute the salt, or, and the lesson of the story is always try to pull back on the salt because you can always add more salt, but it's really, really hard to take away salt, okay? I'm gonna add a little bit more vinegar. Just, oh, that's a lot of vinegar. See, this is why I use the scoop. Yeah, that amount. So I don't accidentally, like at least I can pour some of it out. Okay, let me stir that again. Come on. Better. But because we diluted it, there's still like, the balance is still not quite right. I have some smaller packets of sweetener. This is, and this is also to taste. Like some people might be like, oh, this amount of salt is fine. But I don't normally have so much salt in my diet. So that to my palate, it's like a salt bomb. And I'm like, whoa. Okay, let me try that now. Oh, okay. This is now better. Okay, in which case I need to now, because it's a little bit more looser, I want to thicken it because, but not by heaps, you know, just by like a little bit. Just a little tad. Okay. Like for that volume, something like this, I think will be good. So doing the old tapioca starch trick. literally any starch can do this. But the trick is, remember, always dilute this with cold water because hot water will absorb the granules. Make sure it's like really, it's not too thick. It's a bit more watery. Stir that. I just do it in whatever dish I have handy. Make sure it doesn't settle to the bottom. And then I normally just like drizzle, drizzle. And make sure as soon as it hits it, drink it. No. This is just literal starch. Drink the milk. It's not quite milk. And then I will boil it and add more heat. And then once those starch granules heat up, they will become thicker and then they will thicken the soup. And this technique is also done in Western cooking with not necessarily starch, but with flour. So things like your roux is flour and butter and milk. Okay. All right, so it's not thick yet because I haven't hit it with more heat. So I'm going to reduce this back up. And I just want it to be like hot enough that it's roux without the X. Yes. It's spelled with an X, but I don't think the X is pronounced when people say roux. This is roux. Okay. And I kind of splashed this sauce everywhere. But yeah, you just take things step by step and adjust things. It's cooking can be very philosophical, guys. Okay. No, I need this knife. What am I doing? All right, back to pastry. Oh, I need an egg wash and I need a brush because I need to brush the edges of this pastry before I seal it. And I'm going to do the fork technique to seal the sides together. I'm going to get a bowl and I'm going to use my teeny tiny whisk. Whoa, 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 whoa. A little baby whisk to whisk my egg and break it up. And then I will use a brush, a little teeny tiny brush to brush my egg, to do my egg wash. Okay, so I've cracked an egg. Use my little teeny tiny whisk. It's so cute. Whisk, 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 whisk. Just to break up the egg protein. Okay. I wonder whether, like, if you got a different, instead of using egg, whether you could just use like protein powder to seal things. Because essentially what you do is protein is like a chain, and essentially when you heat up protein, it solidifies. Yeah. And I wonder whether that happens with like protein powder. I don't know. Okay, and then I'm just sealing the edges. And then, man, my cat is prowling. I think she's like, okay, and then I'm going to seal these with a fork. And then you'll have like a cute little pattern. Okay, one pastry. Oh no. Oh, my battery pack had not been charging the iPad. Okay, one pastry done. Lots more to go. Let's just say there's lots more to go. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Slap it down. And I feel like oh, you know what I should have done, chat? I should have done the technique where I test the flavor of the mince by putting a little bit. I didn't do this. No. Okay, hang on. Let me just test it. But I've made one, so we haven't. It's not irretrievable. So technically, I'm just testing the flavoring of this mince because how else will you know? I don't want to wait until at the end when I'm tasting the completed pastry to find out that I've oversalted it or there's not enough pepper or whatever. So that's why I'm testing now. And I have a suspicion, looking at the concentration of pepper, that there's not enough. So even without trying, it's just cooking now in the microwave. And you can use this technique. See? And then it becomes cooked in the microwave. And then I just try a little tiny piece. You can do this technique for like meatballs. It's good, but it's lacking a bit of salt. And it's lacking more pepper. Yep. Oh, the camera's really dark. Oh, let me also check this. Is this now thick enough? This is a good thickness, I think, so we can stop that. Because otherwise, we're just going to end up in the same position that we were originally in, which was salty because it had reduced too much. So I'm just going to taste the soup again. Good. It's good. Okay, stop there, soup, stew thing. And then I'm going to put the lid back on. I'll put this spoon over here. Put that lid back on. And then I'm going to fix this. So that was too salty. This was not salty enough. Okay, and then I might just test one more. And actually, I might just slap this back in because that was the old batch before I tested it. Okay, where is that dish? Let's try this again. Don't let me down. Okay. So turns out it's 4 hours. I thought we'd be on time. We're not. We're running over. But that's okay. I'm feeling emotionally okay about all of this. And I'm very excited to eat these pastries. So what I might do is I will, okay, test this one. Do another taste test. One time with Ame. Exactly, Yama. That's the spirit. It's good now. It's like, is it? The pepper is enough. Don't need any more pepper. I think it needs another touch of salt. And maybe like, I think it's lacking actual MSG. So instead of adding salt, I'm going to add MSG. Okay, guys, don't lose your shit. This is the ingredient of my people. Okay, this is a very common ingredient for my people. So don't lose your shit. Okay. MSG can also add like and I'm sticking to dry ingredients because I want this to stay a dry mixture. Conceptually, you get that. Like, Yeah. Remember, micro adjustments. Oof. Okay, let me try another spit. Get off my spoon. Okay. I mean, we're done with the stew. We're done with the flans. We just need to do the pastry. And then once I make enough pastries to bake, we'll bake our first batch. And I think I will just bake it in the small oven. I don't think I'm going to bother baking it in the big oven because then I have to preheat it. So I'll have like the tray ready with some baking paper. All right. I think I have a good feeling about this final taste test of the filling. Perfect. Good. Done. Okay. All right. So that first one will be a little bit bland, but this one should be better. Good balance of pepper, good balance of onions. The MSG itself can also add a bit of salt as well. So I'm trying to fill this up, but like leave like a 1 centimeter space around it for the crimping with the fork. It's a little bit high. Don't ask me how much it is. It's like about 1 centimeter tall. I'm going to try to like fill it out. Because like, you know, when you eat pastries or pies and like, I don't like eating like, this is also why, okay, this is controversial, chat. I don't really like onigiri from from convenience stores in Japan, okay? Now, don't hate me. Let me tell you my reasoning as to why, all right? It's because the distribution of filling to rice is uneven, okay? What I mean is, when I eat something that is like rice with filling, I want like a mouthful of rice and filling. I don't want the first 2 mouthfuls to be just rice, which is why I much prefer the hand rolls. Okay, here's another little pie done. So cute. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, chat? Look, some people may not agree with me because like the thing is like I think people really, really love onigiri in like Japan and in convenience. I do like onigiri when it's in like a onigiri specialty store. Those I'll mess with, okay? Those are pretty good. But yeah. Yeah, you didn't buy just to eat rice only. Exactly. Yep. That's why I much prefer the hand rolls. But the fresh ones, the ones that are like freshly made by like someone in a store or stuff, they just hit different because the rice is like really fresh and really nice. And usually they have a bit more filling. Where's my fillings? Exactly. I want like an even distribution. You get it, Yama. You get it. That's why I much prefer the hand roll version. Because then I also get like seaweed, like a bit of seaweed of every bite, which you do with like onigiri, but it's just a better proportion. Which is kind of how like I really fell in love with the natto hand roll. Natto's not for everyone, but I really like the salt hit that you get with natto. And like the nutty flavor of natto. Alright, crimping this bad boy. And then before I bake it, I'll give it an egg wash as well. So, yeah, another little pie. So the other thing I'm noticing is that if the 2 things of pie are the same size, it doesn't work. So if I measure it, the bottom piece should be smaller because the filling pushes out the top, and if it's the same size, it actually ends up stretching the pastry. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm going to try and match a slightly smaller and a slightly bigger, and then put the slightly smaller piece on the bottom and put the slightly bigger piece on the top. Holy crap. And I'll use this to try and push. This filling is kind of sticky. Okay, that's good. And, oh, egg seal. I'm using a plate now because I noticed I just kept getting egg wash all over the table. I need to roll out another pastry later. Crimp, 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 crimp. Just crimping the edges. Yeah, all done. Oh, another puff pastry sheet is what we need. We just keep going until we're done with all of the, and hopefully I have enough puff pastry. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sheets, and we've done 1 sheet, so it should be enough. Okay, once again, I'm gonna flour the bottom, and then, hang on, I should have put flour on the pastry sheet. Damn it! It's fine. This whole place will be covered in flour anyway. I should have put it on top just so that I can make sure that it's floured enough that it won't stick. I could optimize my process better. Okay, that's good. Shake that off, flip it over, peel this off. Oh yeah. Look, I will never attempt making puff pastry from scratch. Okay, it's just not worth the effort. And no amount of trolling or teasing will get me to do it. Short crust, I'll occasionally mess with. Puff pastry, no. There's just too much like folding, lamination, and you got to get the proportion of like butter to pastry right, and also the amount of like, you got to be really careful to not overwork the pastry when you make it as well, because it will make it really tough and it won't rise properly. It's just too many things with puff pastry. You know what? It's all worth the effort. Just pay for it. Okay, like that. That's good. Okay, so I've folded it. I have some creases. And I cut it down. And then I'm gonna open this up. Gonna cut a straight line. Yeah. Hopefully, you may have noticed the audio, the mic might hopefully be better. Honestly, you guys probably don't even notice. I keep messing around with my like micro improvements with the stream. We'll see how it goes. But yeah. Oh, so tomorrow, so hopefully I will still continue to not feel well, as in, sorry, I will hopefully continue not having any side effects and I'll feel well, but I have a friend date with my friend tomorrow. We haven't done something in a while, so I'm very excited. And it's a full-on day, guys. It's a full-on day. I'm heading into the city and we're going to be, and hopefully it's good weather. Like I hope tomorrow's weather is going to be like today. No rain. Cold is okay. I can deal with cold. But we're going to be doing a cat. Yeah, I'm very excited. We're doing a polymer clay workshop. I've never really done polymer clay before. I know it's hopefully I don't end up with another hobby. I have enough, thank you. But I'm very excited. So it's an earring and jewelry one, and she wanted to do it as well. So I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then we're going to have lunch somewhere, probably just a quick lunch. And then at the moment, there is a street music festival happening in Melbourne. So, and I think I'm okay with saying that because like Melbourne's is a pretty, sizable city. But so essentially there's I think they're hired by the council, the city council, and so all the public spaces in this particular area are going to have a bunch of like musician buskers and stuff like that. So I'm very, very excited. Yeah, it sounds really cool. So that's why I'm hoping the weather is going to be really good, and not too rainy and stuff, so that we can enjoy that part of it. And then, yeah, so we'll go around after the polymer clay workshop and do like go watch. And then so like people can also like donate money. And usually these people, they normally already have like CDs and stuff prepared. So if you're interested, you can support them by purchasing CDs. And then after that, she found a restaurant that she wanted to try out. It's an Indonesian restaurant. So we're going to be trying this Indonesian restaurant. I'm very excited. And then after that, we're catching a show. We're watching, so at the moment there's this is what I love about Melbourne, is that there's always like festivals, different festivals going on. So not only is that there's that music event going on, the street music, but there's also an art festival, or it's kind of like occasionally every now and then Melbourne gets together and decides, oh, in all the creative venues, we're going to celebrate burlesque, no, not burlesque, like cabaret. And so all the different venues in Melbourne will do stuff that is like, or put on acts or get people to come that are like in the niche of cabaret. So it might be like a jazz cabaret, it might be burlesque, it might be other things. At the moment, it's a festival called Rising. Now, let me see, let me make sure I get this right. Rising Melbourne. It's a new art performance and music in the heart of Melbourne. So there's a whole bunch of like different performances. I mean, it's not like anything else, but there'll be like a few different exhibitions with art, just like different kinds of new styles of art. So the one that I'm going to is I'm watching a musical, and it's a very like, it's not a mainstream musical. It's called Hedwig and the Angry Inches, and haven't read too much about it. It's a rock-based musical, which is very different for me. I've you know, I've been to like Phantom of the Opera and some of the Disney ones and Book of Mormon, which are more, Book of Mormon actually is a little bit more different, but this one is more about I think identity and trans identity, and about somebody, you know, coming into the expression of self. A lot of the stuff is always about expression of self, but yeah, so I'm really looking forward to it. I'm thinking, I know I haven't even finished editing, and I have set up a scene so that I think I'm going to color correct on stream, because I'm really bad at just getting down and doing it. So maybe if like, you know, I do a stream where I'm just doing work and productive people can like join in for cozy vibes. I'll have some like jazz music similar to like that pixel art one, pixel art stream that I did. But I think I have set it up so that I can do an editing one. And this should not like reveal anything too much on stream, because I'll mute it. I'll mute the video that I'm editing. This is my plan. This is a plan to be like, get shit done plan. But yeah, but what I want to do for tomorrow is I want to like try and vlog it, like a day out. So I have my friend's permission. She's happy with that. And I think I'll do a similar style to what I'm planning anyway. I want to, I don't know, I love my city. I just want to present it more and, you know, like chill, cute way. And also like by doing this, I also want to change my perspective of my city. Because I've always lived here. I want to like showcase it more. Okay, we have 6 pastries, enough to bake while I make more pastries. So I'm going to line a tray with baking paper. And then I'm going to set it up. So yeah, so I'm just going to like plan all. Hopefully when I wake up tomorrow, I'll still feel good. No, I will feel good, chat. We will feel good. And then we'll do this thing. And then I'll have fun. And hopefully the fatigue hasn't happened yet. I'm hoping that because it's earlier on in the process, I won't feel too much like crap. So we'll see. All right. Okay, it fits 6. It's a tight fit, but I think it'll be fine. And then I'm going to egg brush all of these. Now, this one here, I'm going to cut a hole in it, is the one that didn't have the flavor adjusted. So hopefully it won't taste too bad. I'm sure it'll be fine, but the other ones will taste much better because I've adjusted. Now, I probably could have made, I hope it's a lovely time for you and your friend. Thank you, Kat. Thank you. I'll update you on how it goes. I hope my energy levels will hold up. And I'm hoping that I'll have like enough footage to edit something together for you, like POV. And hopefully that I don't, I mean, even if I crash out, it's fine. And then Sunday I'm not doing heaps, so I will recover. Gotta enjoy life where I can. Okay. Alrighty. What do I bake this at? I probably should have preheated the oven. Hey Google, what's 350 degrees Fahrenheit in degrees? 170. Okay. Let's preheat. Should have done that before, but you know, that would have required us to be more prepared. That's okay. And then how long do I need to bake it for? 25 minutes until golden brown. Okay, I'll set that to one side while it preheats, and then it'll beep and tell me when it's ready to be ovened. When it's ready, the pastries are ready to be going in. So I'll just keep going with this. But yeah, I'm very excited. But yeah, I really love my city. Even though it's not the most expensive city in Australia, but I mean, I lived here before it was the most expensive city. Everything is getting more expensive. Whoops, real life has encroached in on this dreamy stream. Oh, wait, I need to put the pastry on the plate so I don't get egg all over the plate. All over the cooking thing. And then pop this on top. Crimp. Whoops. Whoops. Alrighty, okay. It's a bit smaller. Okay. Do another. This is a lot of filling. That's okay. It just means I have more pie to eat over the next week or so. Okay. And then egg wash. Oh, damn it. I forgot to put it on the plate again. Okay. Put the topping over. Press, 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 press. I actually didn't know if my friend realized, like, when she was like, oh, let's catch up. And then I was like, okay, when are you free? And then she's like, oh, I'm free like this day, this day, this day. And I'm like, oh, cool. Here are some options of things to do. So originally I gave her all these things as like singular options. And then she was like, oh, I like this, this, and this. And I was like, okay, you need to like, the idea was like, she'll be like, oh, let's do this one and then pick one. But then instead, she just went through and said all the things that she was interested in. And then I was like, what? And she's like, well, sorry, that didn't help. And I was like, no, it didn't help at all. So then I was like, well, okay, like we could do like a whole day thing, a whole date thing. And then I gave a suggestion. And it ended up being like a full day event. It was only meant to be like, I think it was only meant to be like a dinner catch up or something. But, you know, this is more fun anyway. And I think like, damn it, I didn't put it on the plate again. Grr. I think it's important to sometimes take yourselves out, you know, to have friend dates. You know, even if you're in a romantic partnership, it's important to like cultivate your friends and have other relationships, not just with your partner. I think also that it's important to sometimes take yourself on a date and just enjoy your own company as well, because keeping friendships up takes effort. That's the reality of it. If you want to keep friendships up, people need to put the effort in. Okay. And I've as I get older, I kind of lean more into all my friends live in other states now. But I think though, hang on, let me put this pastry in and I'll tell you what I think. um, Is this the right level? Yeah, bake. And then I need to bake it for how long? Hey Google, set a timer for 25 minutes. What I think is that it's okay with that, because now there are ways, like COVID has taught me. No, shut up, Google. COVID has taught me that even if you are not physically with your friends, you can still do things to cultivate hang out with your friends, like playing certain games together online. That's how I kept in contact with a friend that I had in Texas who was really struggling during COVID, when they were living in Texas, and they were their company at least was like, oh, you know, work from home if you want to. And they were like, oh man, during that time, the US was like kind of crazy. But sorry, like, yeah, it was, okay. And, you know, people being like, it became like political COVID, when really it's a public health emergency. And so, anyway, I'm not going to rehash it. But yeah, anyway, they struggled. And so you find other country friendships difficult because of the time zones. Yes, that's absolutely right. I think though, you know, I think it's like really important to create spaces, which is kind of like what I also think like with the Discord and stuff, and having like a Discord really, really helps. Having like asynchronous friendships, like being okay with like not always being in the same present in this on the same time and stuff like that. I actually really, really cute. So when I was on the Nepal and Bhutan trip, there were these two friends that I met who traveled together, and they met each other through a different tour, and they're both from the US. One is in, oh my goodness, I can't remember where she is anymore. I don't think it was Denver. It was somewhere central, one of the central states. And I think it's like in the Midwest or something like that. The other one had just moved to LA, to North LA, I believe it was. Anyway, they were so sweet. One was older. She was, I think in her like 70s or something like that. And she traveled a lot. And she, traveling to Nepal and Bhutan ended up being her like 100th country that she'd visited. She was so lovely. Anyway, and so I got to know these people. And also because like, this is where I'm so thankful that my pharmacy knowledge came in useful, because she suffered a bout of gastro. And in Nepal, turns out you can just buy meds over the counter. And she just felt like she wasn't getting, like she was kind of confused about like what she should be taking. So I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, do you want some of my help? You know, I explained to her like my credentials and my level of experience and stuff. And if she's comfortable with that, I was happy to help her. And so I kind of sat down with her and went through like any other medications she was on, if she had any allergies, like anything to look out for, that kind of thing, and then how to manage her food poisoning or like diarrhea and gastro symptoms with the meds that we had available. Handy, yeah. I'm your little handy pocket pharmacist that you can have. I don't like to push my help onto people IRL. I like to offer it, and then if people want it, I'm more than happy to like follow it up. Like I don't want to feel like I'm overstepping, but she was like really, really like, please help me. And I was like, okay, it's okay. We can figure this out. Anyway, so we ended up being like getting a bit closer as a result of that. And she ended up being so lovely. She, like, you just find out about all these people and their lives and like their beautiful life stories, stuff like that. Anyway, so after we left and said goodbye to everyone after the tour ended, got back to Australia, and we exchanged numbers and stuff. And she messaged me and she was just like, look, you know, I just wanted you to know that like like expressing appreciation and thanks and stuff like that. And so since then we have a long distance friendship, and I now have like long distance friendship with 3 different people that I met on that trip. And it's just been great. Like, and also that other lady that moved to LA as well. That, yes, it is hard. But it was, I don't know, it's giving me a lot of joy. Oh, forgot to put it on the plate. It's giving me a lot of joy. And like as I get older, what I realize is like friendship comes in all different shapes, sizes. Cat, you're like, yes, take over the world, Army. I'll try. I will try. But yeah, it comes in all different shapes, forms, sizes, frequencies, depths, you know, all are valid. You know, it's just about being realistic into like what you're getting out of it in terms of the friendship, and you know, being realistic about it. And like, yeah, I realized that maybe these friendships will only be online, and it's just about sharing things that are going on in life, and it can just be like little things in life. But that's okay. That's also okay. You know, I will take I will take any kind of friendships that I am offered in life. Yeah. I don't know if this is morbid. In my mind, I sometimes think like, man, you know, one day my IRL friends, people are happy. We're friends. Yeah, we are friends. Yeah. And there's different, oh God, I forgot to put on the plate again. Too much yapping. Yeah, like I said, like we can take any, I will take any form and, you know, meet people halfway. And it's about putting in the effort and things like that. Okay. Let's seal this down. Yeah. I think also like the morbid thing that I think about sometimes is like, as we get older, it gets harder to make friends. Also, as we get older, so I'm saying like in 20, 30 years or so or whatever, our friends will die, okay? And so life is short. Let's make friends while we can, while everyone's still alive. Let's also, you know, make intergenerational friends, so different ages. Let's not be ageist about being friends with people, okay? It comes down to like kindred spirits, having things in common, okay? And at some point, to survive the loneliness at the end of old age, You gotta like put in effort now to like make a pool of friends, or constantly put in effort to like make a pool of friends. As much effort as you want to do. It's also okay if you're happy to live like a solo life, right? But your friends will die, man. Okay, so I'm gonna need I'm gonna need a pool of friends to hang out with online. If there comes a time where I can't like go visit people IRL. And like, because like I can't go visit IRL, it doesn't make my life any less, right? Once again, almost forgot. So, I'm planning to, if I can't walk around, I'm going to spend the rest of my time at home. Like, let's say I'm wheelchair bound or like bed bound. I'm going to spend my time playing MMOs and making friends online. So, like, I'm setting up my contingency plan, guys. That's what I'm doing. Like, I'll start streaming now. I'm going to like hoard all these friends and then maintain these, do the best I can. And then you guys don't realize this, but I am hoarding you so that the day comes when I am like bedbound and can't move out of my home. We're gonna play MMOs together. We're gonna like live our lives online. And those friendships will just be as meaningful and supportive as like meeting people IRL, Um, yes, there are benefits to like interacting with people in the community, IRL, like in person and things like that, but like there's a lot of limitations to that, time, like being able to travel, to see people, money, that kind of thing. So, I'm just hoarding friends right now. That's the moral of the stories that I'm telling. I'm hoarding friends. It's my diabolical plan. You just didn't know it. Um, I am capable of diabolical things, guys. And I'm also like existing in a state where I'm also okay with like, you have to be okay with people. Damn it, almost forgot to put it on the pastry thing, on the plate. You gotta be okay with people coming and going as well, because different people will be in different phases of life, especially like, some of my friends have kids. Like it's easier for them to socialize with like other people who have kids. That makes this fine. But like one day those kids are going to get old, and our lives don't overlap right now because I don't have kids and I can't like, go to the whatever with them. It's not that I'm purposely trying to not, but it's just like schedules are different. But one day those kids are going to be grown up and they won't want to hang out with them, but I'll want to hang out with my friend. So I'm just biding my time, guys. I'm biding my time. I know it's a diabolical plan. I'm well aware of this. But yeah, that's why, you just gotta like have these connections. I still have a lot of, okay, we're making a lot of pies. I hope I'm putting enough filling in these pies. We'll find out with the first batch. All right, I'm gonna get another puff pastry sheet. Flop this down, put this. My nephew not wanting to hang out with me anymore feels bad, man. Oh man. No, don't worry. Like, wait, how old are they? Because don't worry, Kat. They're gonna go through like, once again, they're gonna go through different ages. He's 8. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry. He'll come crawling back. Don't you worry. And then when he realizes like he'll reach an age where his friends will be like, "Oh, your aunt is cool," and then he'll be like, "Oh yeah, my aunt is cool." Okay, I just put on a voice for your nephew. I don't know if your nephew sounds like that. I apologize. I sometimes put on weird voices for different people. Yeah, this is what I'm imagining. Like an 8-year-old kid is like, I'm an 8-year-old kid," and then one day he's gonna come crawling back, and he's gonna be like, "Oh." He wishes he sounded like that. I guess that's the sound of a kid whose balls has dropped. Let me attempt the sound of a kid whose balls hasn't dropped. My heart is so not cool. And then later, he'll be like, oh, yeah, my heart is cool as he gets older. Yeah, you have 50,000 croissants? Oh my God, Penguin, what are you gonna do with them all? Hoard them. You're like, I just want to be number one. I guess Penguin watches a lot of my streams. Spends a lot of time in stream. Don't worry, Cat. Like, he's just a little shit right now, but like, you know, once he grows up, he'll realize how cool his aunt is. I think that's a lot of like what I noticed as well with some of my family friends and stuff. That well, they're actually pretty cool as they get older, and don't worry, he'll come back, and he'll appreciate the time that you invested in him. Don't worry. He's just a little shit right now. That's all. Maybe it's okay as long as he's happy. That's true as well. That is true as well. And like, man, I would be so like, I would love to have an aunt like you, man. Like, you're so cool. Like, an aunt that likes Minecraft and playing video games and has tattoos and like works in a bar. Like, man, she's like badass. That is a badass aunt, okay? Instead, I have emotionally manipulative blood-related aunts. But I have had like, I do have family friend aunts who are much cooler. So luckily I had some other positive influences. So I turned out okay. I somehow adjusted myself. You know, like, I think a lot of also things I learned about life, I learned from a lot of books. Because, like, didn't have the best family growing up, but that's cool. You know, that's water on the bridge. You turned out great. Thank you. See? This is why we're friends, Cat. This is what I need. I need validation that I'm not a wonky person. This is exactly what I needed. Don't worry. We're the copium club. We'll like hype each other up. Cope with with like little nephews that don't want to love us anymore right now. Right now. Right now. They will. They'll come crawling back. Don't you worry. Okay. Keep making. I am running out of pie, prepared pie space. It's getting kind of. Actually, I can just reshuffle these to make these better. Okay. And then I will do this. Cat agrees. It's like, yeah, gotta cope as hard as we can. Look, you know, it's all about perspective in life. Man, I talk so much shit. Just also, I watched this video where people talked about, did some research on swearing and how swearing. Okay, look, I am a potty mouth. Okay, I try not to be, especially in like professional situations and stuff, but like, you know, growing up in our society, who isn't a potty mouth? Like, I ask you. Anyway, so I'm getting a bit more relaxed on swearing because I watched this video where it's like people perceive that if you curse, so not calling people slurs, just cursing, like shit, fuck, whatever, people perceive you as being more honest because those sort of things is harder to filter. I almost egg wash, curse you, egg wash. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting and I was like, oh, that's kind of true. I do, like, you know, I don't try not to excessively swear, but like, I don't know, it just becomes part of, especially in Australia, it just becomes part of your vernacular, your language, essentially. Yeah. Now I think I'm kind of okay. If like people are a bit uncomfortable with it. And I can't accommodate everyone, I guess. So, but I just sometimes find like the use of fuck in some situations is just like, just hilarious. I just find it funny sometimes. Okay. Man, 7 minutes left on the baking of the pastry. I'm just having a quick look. It's kind of like puffing up a little bit. One of them is not doing so well. No, two of them are not doing so well, but hopefully I'm at 170 degrees. We'll see. I might have to like up the temperature of the baking. All right, more pies. I got to turn all of this mince into pies. I'm a pie making machine. Last stream, I was a spring roll making machine. This stream, I am a pie making machine. I do enjoy this kind of like repetitive task because it's kind of like brain off, just do. Simple steps. Lay out pastry, egg wash, egg wash, flip them over, slap on the top, seal it up. Next. It's like slap on the, oh, I should have done it the other way around. Oh, wait, I can still fix this. No, whatever, it's fine. And you remember to put the smaller piece of pastry on the bottom and the bigger piece on the top. And okay, here's another one. Yep, smaller. There's so many little optimization things that I make up for myself. Okay, let me slap this on. That. So yeah, I'm so excited to like do a guerrilla chill focusing co-working stream because I want to show you my new scene because it is so freaking cute. And like the one that like, so after we did the when did the idea come to me? The idea came to me after the Yakuza stream, and then we did the little karaoke, and then I was reflecting on the gorilla stream that we did on Tuesday night, and I was like, it's not cozy enough, needs more cozy. And then I was like, I should like set up a different scene. Oh, gotta put the pastry on. So that night after the Yakuza stream, I drew new assets and set up a new background for like specifically for like a cozy nighttime like co-working stream. So like if you're working on whatever project you're working on, or I don't know, if you're sitting around getting high or whatever, you want something that's like dark, moody, and like quiet, you can tune in. I mean, getting high could be somebody's hobby and pastime, and that's fine. Like marijuana is like very, out of all of them, is like one of the ones I would prefer that people use. I have, oh yes, this was so much more filling. But yeah, and then I really liked, it's highly illegal. Maybe. But a lot of legislation in the instance of like some of these drugs is like came about because politicians were like, we don't want this. But like honestly, in terms of like a scientific point of view, from a safety profile, marijuana, in like if you're not addicted to it and using amounts, can help in a lot of situations with anxiety, with pain, depression, and very well documented evidence. And in terms of like if you have an underlying, like this is why these things should be made more legal so that they can actually, like people can prescribe them, because when you prescribe them and make them legal, they can be regulated, and when it can be regulated, then appropriate doses could sustain like proper concentrations, because different like strains of cannabis can provide different amounts of THC. And also like history, the right proper medical history can be taken to see if like people will have an issue with it. So like there is a thing that you can have with marijuana called marijuana induced psychosis, and having like someone screen whether somebody has underlying chance of having psychosis before they take marijuana can like prevent something like that from happening. You know, I don't even know if that is the right management of it, but I'm just saying that if some of these things were regulated, like making things legal and banning them sometimes doesn't really help. I've also read like a lot of studies on. So actually, I'm very passionate about. So I used to work when I was in the community in a what's it called? Oh my god, what is it called? It's kind of like the concept of drug substitution. So, okay, let's say somebody in the community is addicted to heroin. And I believe this approach in healthcare, in that you do not judge the person for it, because who knows what type of life they led that led them to turn to illegal, highly addictive drugs to cope with life. Okay, like you don't know what life they lived. But what you do want to do is you don't want to criminalize them for it, because in which case, like if you criminalize them, there's not enough support in the system to sort of like get them clean and stuff. You know, they might have been arrested for a while, and they might be incarcerated. But the thing is, they're still going to be dealing with that addiction when they come out. And if you don't provide any kind of support to a plan to get off it, and for the chance for them to like receive therapy or to cope with their issues and things like that, they're just going to reoffend again. Okay, so there is a process in Australia called it's about harm minimization, with the overall societal concept that it is more profitable or better for the public that people are provided and not judged for their addictions, but instead of given help, instead of being tabooed or whatever, like just by saying you shouldn't do it, sometimes it doesn't cut it, especially when it comes with like addictions. Okay, hang on, the timer comes on. I'll tell you more about harmonization in a second. Pastry, that's right. Hang on, let me turn on the light. Not puffy enough. I need to increase the temperature. And I think we need to do it for another 10 minutes maybe. Hey Google, set a timer for 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. So the concept of harm minimization. So the idea is that, okay, let's say someone is arrested, they're on heroin. You don't want them to OD, okay? So one of the things that you want to do is like, you don't want them to die because of it. You don't want people to die if there's no need to. So what you can do is doctors who are trained in opioid substitution. So heroin is a naturally occurring opioid. It's highly addictive. And what happens with heroin is that like you're always going to be chasing the high. Your body gets tolerance to it, and you always have to increase the dose to get the same euphoria feeling, or like being to like escape your problems. But what happens when you increase the dose is that you also get an increase in side effects. So things like airway depression. So like it slows down your airways and affects your airways. So then you can't breathe. So your lungs stop working function properly, and then you can just asphyxiate and like stop breathing and die essentially. And like, okay, these are the things that I was dealing with, not as in me personally, as in these are the kind of patients or the cases that I would deal with. And so in opposition to that, I'm like, marijuana, like so much better, you know, it doesn't cause that same side effect profile. Okay, anyway, sorry, segue. I'm just giving you a case study of a patient. Okay, and so they're addicted. It's very, very addictive. It is actually like a chemical addiction because it hits a certain pathway in the brain that makes it that it just floods the brain with like neurochemicals. So what happens is like, you know, these people can go through multiple, whatever it is that they're going on in life that they're struggling with. And so the idea of overall for society of harmonization is that, okay, even if you want them to be able to, like, let's say they're users, so they're not selling, they're not spreading it, they are a victim of it. And And so let's say you do jail them for a bit, they come back out. You want them to rehabilitate and be a member of society again. And there's no point, like, if you just taboo people, it just makes them feel shame, makes them feel worthless. They don't feel like they want to improve their situation. They don't want to contribute to society, and they find no value in it. And then they might just reoffend, or even worse, next time they might OD and die and pass away. The whole idea of, like, it's a bit callous approach of harmonization is that if we provide a safe pathway for these people, however long it takes them to get their life around, it could be decades, it could be years, decades, months, whatever it is. But essentially what you do is you substitute the heroin for a different opioid that will bind to the pathway that helps, that triggers, so it won't give them euphoria. What it'll do is that it'll help them cope with the addiction side of things. So it will, because what happens when someone who is addicted to something actually has to stop cold turkey is that their body will go into kind of like a shock state or a withdrawal state. Essentially, it's called a withdrawal state, where they'll feel like they're dying. They'll feel like their hands have tremors. They'll feel like really, really awful. And I think this is where empathy is required, okay? Because anyone can fall into this state of life. And so what you do is that you put them on a dose of kind of like an equivalent opioid that doesn't provide the euphoria. So a common one is buprenorphine. It has like a longer half-life. The other one is buprenorphine, which can be taken like under the tongue. The other one is methadone. That's another one as well. So these two things can be, depending on like the doctor and how they decide, but they can substitute the heroin for these drugs instead, which are also opioids, but they're kind of like, once again, they bind to the addiction pathway, so you don't get the withdrawal, but you might get some withdrawal depending on the dose, but you won't get the euphoria. So then they can function in society. They can get jobs, they can get housing, they can contribute to family life, that kind of thing. Oh, I need to adjust the color. Let me adjust the camera while I talk. Yeah, they can function. And so then over time, the doctor will, what we call, titrate the dose, as in, oh, did the camera just fix itself? As I said, I was walking to the camera to fix it. They can participate in society. And then over time, the doctor will try and reduce the dose, so titrate down, test it, see if they have withdrawal symptoms. I'm going to try and make it a little bit warmer. Let's expose here. That's a nice program. Yeah, and the thing is, like, some people, okay, the reason why I'm spending time explaining it to people, oh, that's a good color profile. Okay. Yeah, I'm coming over back. Well, 4 minutes left on the timer. Nice program, yes. Penguin, your ex used marijuana to deal with some lifelong pain he had since he was a kid, but he became a real bad addict to it, to the point that if he ran over stuff, he became incredibly aggressive. And that's the thing with addiction, is that you kind of have to sort of like be aware of when it is an addiction and when it is not addiction. A bit of an irrelevant life fact. No, it's relevant. It just is another aspect to this really, really complex problem. And the reason why I'm investing time into telling you is that, like, I was someone that didn't really understand this until I worked in the field, and I worked in, I used to work in a pharmacy that would administer methadone and Suboxone, or buprenorphine to people like these. And the thing is, some people were in the early stages of it, so they were still kind of disorganized, disheveled, struggling to like organize their lives. Some people were completely normal. They were able to have families, they had kids, they had jobs and stuff, but it just meant that every week they would have to come in to pick up their Suboxone and methadone because they were struggling with this addiction to try and get off the addiction. And this is why, like, I don't know, I guess I'm telling these stories to try and create more empathy and understanding of, like, of different people and some of the hidden problems that, like, people may not know or aware of, so that if you hear someone with a story, hopefully that you can extend some kindness and empathy to these people rather than judgment for, and I don't think you guys will, but You know what I mean? Is that just having a little bit more insight into this will help people understand. But I think in your ex-partner's situation, I think that like, yes, they have pain, but it was like their use of it might have been like unregulated. They might have not been, I don't know. It's just, it's hard because like, it's kind of like, you know, knowing that always using this thing may not always help it if there's other underlying things to the pain. Especially if things like nerve pain can be very, very, very hard to treat. Oh, I need to do another pastry sheet. Yapping too much. But yeah, I hope this topic, I don't know, these topics for me are not taboo because I work in these fields, or I've worked in these fields before. And I don't know, it's never really been taboo to me. And I don't want to trigger anyone, but also at the same time, I think that it's important to air out these topics, like give them the space. So like the more people are educated, or the more people understand other people's situations, the more empathy we can have for people. So yeah, hopefully you didn't get triggered. You're not like, oh my God, Ame's a drug pusher or something like that. No, I mean, if you're thinking that, then I think that is a very shallow approach and closed-minded approach to life. Like, especially if anyone who speaks in absolutes, I kind of have an instinctual like distrust of people if they don't consider some of the shades of gray. Okay, like, you know, the more you live, the more you know that like nothing is ever black and white. I mean, certain things are very clearly black and white, like do not murder people, do not cause a genocide, you know, that kind of stuff. But I think most people are always like pretty kind, pretty, you know, I think a lot of it just comes from like not being educated about things and not having like life experience about certain areas. Okay, let me fold this. But yeah, it's always good to like fact check your stance and just sort of consider like, oh, you know, is what I believe to be true. Yeah, have an open-minded approach. But yes. Oh, that's my pie timer. Ow! I walked into the door. Ooh, it looks nice and toasty. Yeah, let me, I need to reduce this temperature down to 170. And I'm going to take out this pastry with my oven mitts. And then, because I need to reuse this tray to bake the next sponge. Oh my gosh, chat. Look at them all. They're so cute. The little parcels of joy. Okay, I need a different tray to put them on because this oven is like, this little mini oven I use, it's very small and only fits a certain amount. So I'm gonna put it on a different tray so I can use. I'm just gonna like thank you. I was gonna park it there because I'm running out of benchtop, and then I'm gonna load up the next batch so I can just keep a little system going of baking. I think I might have made too many pastries, guys. I might have to like message a group chat and be like, hey, I have pastries if anyone wants to come over and have some. All right. You know what? Let's crank this up to 180. Hey Google, set a timer for 25 minutes. And then I'm going to keep the oven going. Oh, I want to eat one. Chef Ahmed, send some. I will send one here or two. Let's do, I'm really hungry. It is now 4 p.m. and I haven't eaten yet. So I'm going to crack one of these babies open while we make the rest of the pastry. And then we'll do like I'm going to eat like one of these ones. Ha ha ha. Where are you, cat? Where are you? You're up here. I was like, which camera am I doing? And then I'm going to use, which of these scissors are clean? I don't know. I'm going to cut it in half. I should probably wait for it to cool more, but fuck that. Ooh, chat, this is what it looks like. This is actually a really, really simple recipe. Very easy to make. Oh my gosh. It's so good. I'll eat another one later, don't worry, for the other camera. But I just want to get one of these into my tummy first to give me energy to keep making these pastries. Oh. Hot. Oh, hot. I feel very for it to cool down. Hot. Chat, it's like that extra bit of MSG was the right call. It's the onions are like so sweet. The meat is like savory. The pepper, oh my goodness, this is so good. Oh, hot, hot, oh. The crumb. Oh. Oh, the pepper is so good. It's so good I can't help myself. Usually the one in the store is way more oily. I think because the mince they use, it has like higher fat content. This is just standard pork mince from the supermarket. And then but yeah, oh my goodness. It's hot, but I'm just like, oh, I want to eat it. Oh, it's still hot, but the pastry's like so flaky and good. I'm glad I slowly defrosted it overnight. I do know that, babe. I know, right? This is like, I know what to expect, but I'm a greedy chef, and I gotta taste it. Oh, let me just finish this. Oh. We did good, chat, because we did a centimeter of crimping, and it's like the edges are really crispy, even though it doesn't have the pate, like the filling inside. And then very soon the next bite, oh, you get hit with the filling. We did excellent distribution of pastry to filling. Okay. Oh, life is good. You just gotta enjoy like the little things, chat. The little things. Oh my goodness. Look, if you're this is really easy to make. I really recommend it. Especially because you can just buy the puff pastry pre-made. And the pate that you can just use like pate from the supermarket. It doesn't have to be fancy. Just pepper pate will work. Oh, garlic, onion, so simple. Oh man. Okay. All right. Back to work. I have re-energized. Okay. I'll pop this over here. Oh wait. If I put it over here, will the cat attack it? I don't think so. Oh, I forgot to put my puddings in the fridge. I'll put it in now. But the other ones have been in the fridge, so they should be okay. Oh wait, yeah, we already have a piece of pastry sheet. I'll do it like this. Oh, man. It made the effort all worth it, chat. That was so good. I'm ready to like hunker down during the next 2 weeks, and even if like I wonder whether I wonder whether like I should freeze these pies and then have them like, well, I still need to finish making them, so let me finish making them, and I'll decide whether I bake them all today or whether I freeze some of them, and then I'll have pies. Can you bake pies from frozen? I don't know. Does anyone have experience from like baking fries? Tongue twister. Does anyone have experience in baking pies in this dough form from frozen in the oven? And does it still work? I think it should. I think I should be able to freeze these. And then I'll have like a little I'll have a little you know, depot. Depot? It's the right word. Stronghold? No. Stockpile. I'll have a stockpile, that's the word I'm looking for, of little pies for whenever I need pies. You know what? I'm just going to cut up this last sheet of pastry because I have a feeling that... Will I? Let me think about this. No, let's just do one sheet at a time. Because like I've reached the point where I can't estimate if all of this will be... I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this is more than 4 pies. I think. Hang on, I should probably break this up. It's about like this size. Well, maybe it is 4 pies. Maybe like 4.5 pies. Like, okay, maybe it is 4 pies. Okay, maybe I don't need another sheet of pastry. Well, the end is near. That's good. Because, oh, I should have done this one. The smaller one. I mean, I can always stretch these pie sheets, so. Oh, it actually might be less. Okay, let's see. I don't want to skimp out on fillings on these pies. Because what we did was like a good amount of filling. And then egg wash. We're getting there. We're getting there. And then we'll do plate up. And then we'll see how the flans turned out. The coconut flans. Flans. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce them. Okay, and then we'll seal them. Oh, I haven't told you. Okay, so recent update. No. I'm traveling again, chat. I already told you I'm going to Malaysia. That was already happening, but now I'm also going back to Japan in November. So, okay, look, the background is that I have a bunch of friends who are always saying to me, I really want to travel with you. I really, really want to travel with you. And so I don't know how long this unemployed state, or, you know, not like going to a office state and needing to like save up my annual leave to be able to take time off or whatever is going to be. Oh, we have hello milestone 1, milestone L1. Hola. It's Spanish, but I don't speak Spanish. I need a translate ability. I'm sorry I don't speak Spanish, milestone 1. I'm assuming someone help. I would normally copy and paste and Google Translate, but I am currently making in the kitchen with the iPad, making pies, so I don't have access to Google Translate right now. But you're welcome to sit and relax and watch us cook the last bit, and then we're going to be doing our plate up and reveal. But I'm just doing like little pies at the moment. How are you, Milestone? I hope you're well. Let her cook. Jen, literally, let me cook. Chat's like, how long has it been? It's been 5 hours. Chat's like, it's been 5 hours and this lady is still making pies. Like, we need her to finish. We need her to plate up. Like, we are tired. Well, no one's keeping you hostage, okay? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to these. I'm looking forward to the stew, actually. Actually, let me check the stew. I haven't looked at it in a while. Yeah, no, nothing's happened with it. It's just like hanging there and around. I didn't think anything would happen to it, but I was just getting kind of nervous because I haven't looked at it in a while. So we're gonna have, all right, put it back on the plate, and then a gouache, and then I can change the camera angle for the final presentation and like, got to do our photos. I'm enjoying doing the photos, like the Fujifilm camera to do like the photos of the oh yeah, when I post the photos on my Instagram, because like, I don't know, I was like seeing how vibey it is. It just helps. I stand you. Side note, if I use Translate, oh no worries, Milestone. You're welcome. You're very welcome to chat. Thank you for bridging the divide and making this interaction work. I appreciate that. Maybe I should give you an update of what we're making today. Today I'm Vietnamese by culture, so I decided we're going to do Vietnamese food that was influenced by French colonization. And so the dishes we picked today are Patê Sô, which is this dish that I'm making right here. It's a pie. It's a pork pie. And it does have a mixture of onions, garlic, pate, pepper, sugar, salt, etc. And it's in a puff pastry. And I don't think this kind of pie is actually, it was common in the 1800s, is the research that I found out. But I don't think it's very common in modern day France. Now, if we had a French chatter, maybe they could correct us, but this is what my Wikipedia research told me. But it was common in the 1800s. And so this is where the French influence sort of affected Vietnamese cooking. And then the other thing we have is a stew, which is, in Vietnamese it's pronounced bò kho, which is beef stew, literally. Like, we're not very creative when it comes to naming dishes. Literally, beef stew. But no description as to like with what condiments. Okay, wait. Oh, I have, damn it, I shouldn't have put the plate away. Sorry, let me take that back up. I still have a little tiny piece. I was going to make half a pie just to use up all the filling. Okay. Oh my gosh, chat. So we made 6 plus another 6, 12, plus another 6, 6 times 3, 24, 25, 6, 7, 28. 28 and a half pies. 28 and a half pies, guys. Pie making machine this week. Yes, and then the other dish we made is a cream caramel, but we call it bánh. In Vietnamese, we call it Bánh Flan. Like, literally, flan. And, but you can call it Bánh Flan Dừa, which is flan made with coconut. See, this is all a ploy just so that I can keep practicing some of my Vietnamese, everyone. Oh yes, if you're not aware, Milestone, I'm based in Australia, but I have Vietnamese heritage. My family settled here from Vietnam post the Vietnam War. Okay, I got half a pie. This is what we have. And then I have 1 tray baking. And then we have, this is what we got. That sounds nice. We've baked some, and this is what they look like. So we'll do a bit of plating. All right, let me do a bit of cleanup. and then I'll clear the stage for plating. And then and we have enough to plate up some stuff. And we can show you, and we see whether cream caramel looks any good or not. So I'm just going to clean up, soak some of this to make my life easier later, once again. And like, okay, if you're curious and you don't really cook a lot, trust me, when you put dirty dishes in the sink, just give it like a splash of water, honestly. It will definitely make your life a little bit easier later. Okay. Ah, my sponge. Oh, let's wipe this down, put away my flour. Ah. Okay. Some of these egg pieces have hardened. Let me use my dish sponge to try and like scrape some of this. Oh, I bought this in Japan, guys. It's a cat-shaped sponge. I buy like, I don't know, little silly things in Japan. It makes me so happy. Look at it, it's a little black cat shaped. I got it from Loft. If you ever go there. But yes, I'm doing some more traveling in this year. I'm going to Malaysia, and I'm going to be also going back to Japan. And the Japan trip is because a certain friend has been saying, I reckon for like 5 years. Cute. Thanks, Kat. You have validated and justified me buying it. Oh, thanks for following, Milestone. We appreciate you. I appreciate the follow. It's always nice to have another friend. Very fun. Thank you. Thank you, Kat. Okay, we're going to do plating up. All right. It's the fun bit. I remember about my chopping board. I know it's a little bit like dirty. Hang on, maybe I'll give it a bit of a rinse. Whoa. Ah. Yeah. Let me give it a bit of a rinse. Accidentally hit the camera. I mean the other camera that I'll soon swap to. Just so it's not like as grotty. Still grotty, just not as grotty. And then chat, let me what should we plate first? Oh, we should go from like entree. Enjoy. Very fun. Enjoy your upcoming trips. Thank you, Yama. Once again, I'm going to be adding to my pile of content. Okay, so because we care about our plating. Oh, I know. I'm going to use this plate for the pies. For the stew, yeah, I need to vent the pressure. Why is this so hard? Oh, here we go. Okay, I have the stew. Oh, and you know what else I bought, chat? I bought specifically for the stew. I bought some like Vietnamese dinner rolls to go with the plating. I mean, I'm gonna eat them, but like, you know, for the aesthetics, it's also delicious. Like it's Vietnamese style. But I bought them yesterday, so they're not as like crunchy. So I need to like air fry them. Nice. I know, you're like, wow, what is she doing? Okay. So we need a plate the stew. So do we go classic grey or the light like earthen color or the green? The stew is like a red brown color. So if we're talking like aesthetics and color profile wise, yes. What color should we go? Like natural? Say yes, chat. No, help. Which will make it pop more? They're all different vibes. So we're going. No, Yama. Yes, you're not helping at all. No, green, brown earth tones. Oh no, guys, guys. You're not helping. I'm gonna play. Oh no! Someone translate milestone. I can't do it. And that's. I'll put the pies there. The green one. Okay. Good. Oh, thank you. Thank you, penguin. The worst. All right. Let's do. Okay. Let's do. I'm gonna avoid. Okay. I think I'm meant to fish out the aniseed and stuff. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we have in here beef chuck, which is like a cut of beef. We have carrots. We have translated was this. Not sure if it is. Sorry, you sound like you're from Great Britain. It sounds like an accent. I'm from Australia, Milestone. But thank you. Thank you for noticing my accent. It is not a classic Australian accent. I can put one of those on if I need to. You know what? There's a bit of fatty beef there. Oh man, how do I, hold on. You know what this calls for? It calls for the tweezers. I think we originate from Britain. We do. We do. We're all convicts, really, if you think about it. I don't know what that means about my family. Okay. Kind of like this. I need more carrots to like prop up the plating. I need like structural carrots. No more stew, just like structural carrots. To like, oh, I should have like built this, but in layers. And structural carrots to provide a structural bottom support, and then there we go. And then, oh, I should chuck like a star anise on it. Maybe 2 star anises. I don't know what the plural for a star. No. Yeah, I need a fish out of bay leaf. Where is it? Ah, ha, ha, ha. I see one. Oh yeah, chat. You're not meant to eat the bay leaves and the thing, but like, you know, aesthetic purposes. Okay, let me. Criminal scum. Absolutely. Oh, I need to get my camera. Hold on a second, chat. And I need to change the camera. Hold on, chat. All right. Give me. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Where'd I put my camera? Oh yes, here it is. I'll fix it. Give me a second. Gotta take the aesthetic shots. You're like, lid. Delicious. Yeah, let me get this out of the way. Move this over here. How was the angle? Terrible. The angle is terrible. This is not the best angle. The problem is that the pressure cooker, for me to move it, I have to do this. Unplug. And then, oof. Okay. Oh my God. It's okay. I just knocked over the Pyrex jug and no food, nothing broke. Luckily, this Pyrex jug is very, very sturdy. Okay. Alrighty. How's the angle? Okay, better. Alright, chat. I need to like, these bread rolls are not crusty enough. Like if I'm going to eat it, I'm going to like roast them again in the air fryer. But I'm going to do some shots, okay? And then for posting later. Oh, that's the pastries. Hold on. Come on, focus. Mm, the bread, hang on. Better? A little bit better. All right, chat, let me show you. This is what we got. Not bad, yeah? It's a pretty good shot. Do you like it? I feel like I'm spelling how delicious because it's so good. My God, thank you for translating for me, guys. Oh, thank you so much, Milestone. It does look very delicious. Okay, and then I'm going to move that to the side. And then we're going to do some photos of this one. And I'm going to... Oh, let me check the pastry. That's right, the timer went off. It's still not good yet. I'm going to increase the temperature. Hey, Google, set a timer for 10 minutes. All right, I'm going to do like... So for me, warm food vibes. Oh, yes, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. It's cold here at the moment in Australia. Yeah, I'm going to put this so it's in the background, but like out of focus. And I kind of want it like propped up like that. Oh, I have a great idea. And okay, I'm trying to focus. This lens is a very short lens. It has a really weird, wonky... The bread rolls like look so funny. I don't know how to style them in the background. Okay, so that's what we have. And then I have an idea, chat. I have an idea. I think we're going to like cut them in half, but we're going to do aesthetic triangular, and then we're going to see how it looks with, oof. Like, I don't know. I'm still learning how to food design. Wait, maybe like this. Oh my God. Okay, let me see. No, now this is distracting. All right, I've cleaned the table. I'm just going to put the bread roll straight in the... There's a lot of crumbs going on, Chad. You know who we need? Where's Leo? We need Leo to help me be like, does this look okay? Ugh. The color kind of went cold. Okay. This is what I have, which is like, you know, it could be better, but I do have like the other photo. So this, I was thinking like, there was something else we ate. Oh, the lumpia. Last week we made lumpia, and I took a photo of it like still in its, not like cut open, and I realized, oh, you couldn't really tell what was inside. So I was like, oh, this time I'll like do it so that we can see it. Okay, now I'm gonna try the food. It's been a long stream, chat. Alrighty, let's try the stew. Now it's mukbang time. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try the coconut. The carrot first. Look, chat. POV. Mmm. Where's the pudding? Wait, Yama. We gotta eat the savory first. Mmm. It is exactly how I remember it. Probably still a little bit salty. Try a little bit of the beef. Too excited. Okay, okay. Itadakimasu. Mmm. Mmm, really good. I'm looking forward to having that with rice. Nom noms. Rice or with bread. Okay. Just, you're inserting the food into my brain. Ah, yeah, exactly. Ah, open wide, chat. I'm just gonna taste test the pastry again, just to make sure that the cool down pastry still tastes good. Okay. Mmm. Mmm. Still crunchy. Still really good. You know how it is. I just gotta make sure. Mmm. Oh, it's so good. Mmm. Okay. I'll eat half because I gotta save my stomach for the pudding. Okay. We have pudding options, chat. I didn't have enough of these ramekins, so I brought in these dishes. Now, we're going to flip them onto a plate. Actually, in saying that, I need to get a plate ready, don't I? Oh, I'll use this one to catch the sauce. Same plate as last time, but different pudding. All right. So, the choice of pudding height. These ones are a bit taller. So if we flip this one, it will sink a little bit. I think we want to go with the taller one. We also have these ones, but they're not as tall. They're a little bit, you see like the height difference. So I think we're going to go for the bigger one, but it's the same mixture. Okay. And then, so I'm going to go with the best looking one, which I think is this one. I'll put these back in the fridge. Oh my goodness. Actually, I think I can move some of these to sit on the same tray. Yes. Okay. Now, we need a thing. So we need to run a knife around the edge or a spatula around the edge. Do I have something? Maybe a knife. I'm going to go knife. And then will it demold without assistance? That's the other question. So pudding, knife. Down we go. Around. Okay. Plate, over. Moment of truth. It's also called edging. Google edging. No, Jen, I know what edging is. No, it's not. No one Google edging. I know what Jen is doing. I know what edging is. Ban him. Tiny. Hi, Tiny. Oh, it's not coming out. Oh, it suddenly came out. That was an aggressive. That was really aggressive. I didn't edge enough. Stop it, Jen. Unsubscribed, blocked, or reported. Oh my goodness. Oh. Ooh, that caramel sauce. Ham. I need to push this guy into the center. All right. Don't look at this back corner. Just look at this corner. Okay? Don't look at the back corner. Ignore the back corner. It was because of the velocity at which it too lewd, messy flan. Wait, you want to check the yeah. Oh, that jiggle. Oh, that jiggle. Like what a sexy flan. Oh my goodness. Okay, where's my camera? Where did I put my camera down? Yes. Oh, so exciting. Oh, and you know what we can do? Hang on, let me take a photo with it. I have an idea. We can dress it up with some desiccated coconut, but after. Let me get some shots of it. Hang on. I need to like push some of these crumbs off to the side. So I can take this angle of it. Look, there'll be some mess. Oh, focus. I think a close-up looks better. Taking photos is hard. Okay. It's not the best. It's kind of hard to take photos of it. And also because the plate is like, if anything, too much edgy. It's not center. Also, this plate, like I really like the coloring, but sometimes maybe with this kind of thing, it's not like the best dish to use. Okay, and then I think something like this is a bit better, huh? Like that. And there's a bit of like imbalance. Now, I'm going to use that same angle. I think that's probably the best angle. I'm going to sprinkle some desiccated coconut on the top for like aesthetic purposes. Where is my coconut? Hold on. That's a timer for the next lot of pies. Oh, nope, that's walnuts. Oh, there's my desiccated coconut. Ah. Let me check the pies. I think it's ready. Hang on, chat. I'll get back to plating in a second. Oh, chat, I forgot to do the egg wash. Oh, well, it's fine. I've egg washed the ones that needed to be photographed. And the rest, I'll just eat. And I already washed the egg wash bowl. I forgot completely about egg washing them. Ah, hot, hot, ah. Oh my God. Because I need to set up the next tray. No, wait. No, I'm going to stop baking because I'm going to freeze the rest. I don't want to eat them all. I didn't need to take it out and burn my fingers. Oh, well. See, chat, this is what I mean by you gotta like think up your steps rather than just react. Okay. Ah, my fingers are like not too burnt. All right, I'm going to do like, just to imply that there's coconut in the flan. Was this your only meal today? Yes. I did have a milk tea, Kat. I did have a milk tea. So, like, I did have some sugar in my body. Ooh, that looks okay. That looks okay, right? It's just some coconut to imply. I'm existing now on that one pie that we had at 4 p.m. I know, Kat. I know. I know. I know I did bad. Man. Okay. Don't worry, I'm gonna enjoy this meal. Okay, there's the flan. Looks good? Looks good. I'm pretty happy with that. That will go on the thing. Okay, let's eat this freaking flan, guys. Oh, are you ready? Are you ready? I hope you're ready. Oh my goodness, it's very soft. Mmm. Mmm. It's so it's much lighter than leche flan. It's still very rich, creamy. Mmm. You forgot you're way ahead in the future. It's currently, what time is it? 4:30 p.m. for us here. So I'm eating a late lunch, I guess. Oh my goodness, this is really good. Mm. Very smooth, but honestly speaking, I think I enjoyed the leche flan more, the Filipino one, which I'm sure Leo would be really, really happy to hear. Because this is still good, but the leche flan, something about the sweet condensed milk. Val could love that plate too. Thanks, Val. There's something about the leche flan that is just like more caramelly. But don't get me wrong, this is still pretty good. I don't know if I noticed the coconut flavor as much. Hang on, let me just try and get like without the topping. You still notice a bit of the coconut, but it's not as pronounced. It's not as strong as I would like it to be, but still really good. Okay. That was pretty good. All right, let me go. All right, one more bite, and then we'll head to Rough Retro, and then we'll wrap up the stream. You add tofu to the shopping list. What, Jen? You want to you imagine this is tofu? You're just trying your luck. Too bad Betty Bear's in here. I did actually, maybe for like maybe I can set up like I haven't looked into it, but I can try and set up text to speech for channel points redeem. I don't know how. I only saw one for bits redeem. But I'll try to set one up for like channel points, and maybe like set up as like a really high one, just for like the people who have been around along. Wait, Penguin said they had 4,000. Maybe for like 1,000 points you can do text to speech. That sounds reasonable, right? Okay, to the computer for our wind up, our wrap up, for our Rough Retro. I feel like the cat's gonna attack the food. Oh, I should just bring the cat into the streaming room with me. Will she attack? You made my day. Oh, thank you so much, Milestone. Hang on, let me go to Rough Retro. Okay. Oh, yes, I have the right mic. Okay. Oh, you have 50K, not 4K. Oh my goodness. Maybe 10K then for a text-to-speech redeem. Let me... Because, like, I think 50K is way much to have. Too much to hoard. Okay, chat. So, for anyone who is new, aka Milestone, once again, welcome. Every stream, I do a little bit of a wrap-up. You speak English and Spanish. Yeah, good. So, we do what we call a Rough Retro, which is it's kind of like a reflection exercise where we review what about today's stream we liked, where we're going to be doing next, and also just like, you know, retouch base with like anything that like motivates us, anything that is a risk that is like impairing our ability to do stuff. So yeah, so we'll just get started. Okay. All right, chat. What makes us feel good? So, I think, okay, first off, it's a human one. It's a human connection one. Yeah. What makes us feel good is sharing life moments. And I'm not even saying like necessarily bad things. I'm just saying like in general, it feels good to share stuff. Sort of like, I think it's the root of this emotion comes down to feeling connection. And I think a lot of this is a motivator for people in life anyway, right? Like just feeling connection to other people. So that to me was something that was really important today. What else? Also, you know, successfully trying to make new recipes eaten before, but never cooked before. Can you believe this is the first time I've made Patê Sô and bok. Like these are both the first times I've made these dishes. flan, we've made variations of flan before, so that wasn't too bad. But this is the first time I've actually attempted those two things. And I'm so glad I did because it was delicious. And these are all childhood memories for me as well. Patê Sô is often also sold at, in Australia anyway, at Vietnamese bakeries that also serve banh mi. Like they're a bakery, they serve Vietnamese banh mi as well as like bread rolls, as well as this flan thing. Sorry, Patê Sô thing, pastry. So it would often be a treat on Sundays when I had to go to language school, and we would stop by where I would learn some Vietnamese, and would stop by and would get the banh mi bread rolls and this as well. And then other things, and then bò kho is like the beef stew is one that my mum used to make quite a lot as well. She doesn't make it as much nowadays. I'm not sure why, but also a very classic Vietnamese dish. So it's very, very nice to successfully do it. Okay, so those are some good ones. Oh, and we haven't had a new follower in a while, so I'm gonna say milestone. Welcome. Hey, we're at the size where we can still individually recognize people. Okay, and that's like this is a very unique space to be. Okay, so I'm gonna appreciate this space while we're here. What pushes us forward? So the wind and the cloud essentially is what pushes us forward. So, um, doing, oh, sharing delicious food with chat. I think that is what pushes me forward. And like, I think giving exposure to different cultures. Oh, yes, I should write that down. Exposure to different cultures and their foods. Actually, we have made Spanish food before. I don't know what your culture is, Milestone. If you want to share which food, we sometimes do themed. We sometimes do themed cooking streams. So we do cooking streams every Friday. Well, I'm here in Australia on Fridays, once a week. On Mondays, we normally do. Do you really like chicken parmigiana? I do like chicken parmigiana. I don't eat it all the time because it is very filling. But I do like it. It is a very classic Australian pub food dish. Is chicken parmesan, you like it though? Is it one that you commonly eat? We actually never made chicken parma. I should consider making it. I had another idea, chat, is that I was thinking of also like potentially making so not that much, but you really like it. Okay. Maybe one day we can try and make it. Um Other food, oh, the other food, like, so there's, oh, it's one of your favorites, chicken parmigiana? Okay. I do like chicken parmigiana. So maybe we can try and make it. It's a classic Australian pub food. I think it's also a classic British pub food as well. I think we came from the same origin. But, what was I gonna say? Yeah. So one of the other things I was thinking about making was, a HSP. A HSP is short for halal snack pack, which is a very common late night Australian food that you eat when you've been out on the bars having a beer with your friends. And after a night of drinking, this is the classic food that you would go get. It's very unhealthy, uh, but I'm curious to see whether I could make something like it. So it's on my list. I don't know when I'll fit it in, but one of the ideas. I don't know actually. Is next week a special? I know we have a few special. Oh, next Friday is Canada Day. So, hang on. Let me set up the schedule for next week. So, Monday, you haven't had chicken parm for ages. Yeah, okay. We can put that on the list. Monday is going to be Fran Bao game, like, playthrough. Man, what a heavy game. That was leftover from our 9-month streaming celebration. We have to finish it because chat, because I need to get my money's worth. Also, I want to finish the game. It is legitimately a very, very interesting, thought-provoking game. That does touch on some very, very dark topics, but yeah, I wanna finish it. That's Monday. Wednesday. Wednesday is Yakuza Day. We're still in Hawaii, so we still need to progress through the game. We hopelessly keep getting sidetracked with random quests. Either way, I'm still having loads of fun, so we'll keep going. And then next Friday coming up is cooking. You want to know one of your faves? Homemade chicken kibs. I made them once a few years ago. Oh my goodness. Should we just do like a... You're distracting. That's okay. Should we do like an Aussie dinner? Because like chicken Kiev and chicken Parma are not that different to each other. Like chicken Kiev. Crumbed. It's also crumbed and chicken stuffed with... Oh my goodness. Chicken Kiev is stuffed with butter, garlic, salt, and parsley. I reckon we could do like a combined chicken Kiev, chicken Parma stream, because it's literally the same ingredients. Chicken. Chicken cordon bleu. Is it? Is it a variant of chicken? Hang on. Cordon bleu. Chicken cordon bleu. Easy chicken, it just no. So the difference. Okay, now we're learning. We're learning together, chat. Hang on. Maybe I should put it up on like sorry, next Friday. I need to finish this and then I'll show you what the differences are. Cause like, so sorry, I'm using a wireless mic and it's kind of annoying because I kind of need to put it close to my mouth. Canada Day. Next Friday is Canada Day. If you do it right, the butter, garlic, parsley won't leak everywhere when it cooks. I had it spill all over the tray when it cooked. I think... Interesting. Okay. I'll have to like figure it out. Hang on. Let me show you. So chicken cordon bleu is, I think it has cheese and ham. Maple syrup themed. So, Sammy once showed us, hang on. What was the other thing? Kiev. Chicken Kiev. All right. Let me show you, chat. Because we're going to learn this together. All right. Chicken Kiev is normally like a roll like this. And then in the center is butter, parsley. Yeah, butter, garlic, parsley, and salt. And then you put this stick of butter inside the chicken like this. And then you roll up the chicken and then you partially freeze it and then you cook it. So, and then whereas chicken cordon bleu has a slice of ham and cheese. It's laid ham and cheese rolled into a log, chilled, dredged in flour, then egg, then breadcrumbs, then deep fried. So not dissimilar, slight difference. So, oh, and you can put like mayo and mustard. Oh, I like the fact that this is advertised as super easy. I like super easy method. That sounds good. All right. Back to Canada Day. Not maple syrup themed. I don't so one of the things that Sammy, one of our subscribers, mentioned was beaver tails, which I need to research that recipe to find out what the deal is. Oh, and then there was also I don't know. I don't know what else there is, but maybe maple syrup. Something maple syrup. Okay. Anyway, I'll think about it and I'll celebrate Canada Day. Rocks. What to watch out? Yeah, yeah, beaver tails. I know. I'm like, what the hell is a beaver tail? It's like a baked um beaver tail Canadian dessert. It is like a fried dough, like a flat fried dough. Um okay, honestly, hang on, let me show you what I'm looking at. Oops, wrong screen. Why is it still chicken Kievs? It kind of looks like a oh, I'm showing the wrong screen. Whoops. I'm showing the wrong screen. I'm not ever meant to show those. I googled it on the wrong one. Hang on. Control C. I don't think there's anything doxing on that, but I try not to show my Chrome. I try to use DuckDuckGo. It's not nothing for Canada Day. It's not for Canada Day, but Spanish food is good. Let me type real quick. Sounds like Toad in the Hole. So it kind of looks like a fried dough. Kind of like a beignet. Oh, and this is giving me real like. This is kind of giving me flashbacks. Remember, chat, when we made. We tried to make. What do we make? Potato scallop. It looks like it looks like a potato scallop. It kind of looks like a beignet. Oh, okay. I'm at the computer now, so I can copy and paste into Google Translate. Google Translate Spanish to English. No, English, Spanish. Yeah, Spanish omelet, gazpacho, paella. Oh yes, paella's yeah. Oh, it's all very good. I agree. All those dishes sound excellent. I'll have to find an appropriate Spanish public holiday to celebrate and find the corresponding one to celebrate. We should represent Spain. We should celebrate Spain. We actually have made that fish dish. Spanish fish with capsicum. What's it called? We have made bacalao a la riojana. Is that Spanish? Yes, we have cooked that before in on stream. We cooked it for Valentine's Day. We've made this before for Valentine's Day. Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember. Because I was trying to do like aphrodisiac foods, and it turns out that fish is oh no, what did we research? Researched and so it was a Valentine's Day stream, and I wanted to do aphrodisiac foods, but then when I did research into it, there's aphrodisiac food is more of a marketing thing than an actual thing, and in order to increase your libido, this is the most convoluted theme there ever was. But in order to increase your libido, the article said you should eat a Mediterranean diet. And then I wanted to do something with fish and something red. So then I found this Spanish dish called bacalao a la riojana. And we made that for Valentine's Day. Actually, it was delicious. You don't think you discovered you then? Well, I'm glad you found us. But yes, yes. You know that one? It's very, very tasty. Yeah, we've done that one before. But we can have another Spanish day because I'm always curious about Spanish food. Okay. I really like tapas, chat. Like really, I really like tapas. I really like sangria. It's just like the culture of being able to eat a lot of like really, really tasty morsels while drinking and like just excellent, excellent drinks and little tiny morsels of food, like the grilled octopus. Oh my goodness. And what are the Spanish ones? Also, I really, really like churros as well. I know they're like a very basic dish, but I really like them. We should one day make them because, and like, my friends can't believe whenever I order churros. I love them so much. But it's good. Exactly. I know. It's simple, it's basic, but it's so delicious. So, next Friday, we have Canada Day to celebrate, where I'll do some research. I'm hoping that my energy levels will still be good. There are a few things that we need to watch out for. So, let's just continue with our Braff Retro. Thank you, fry it. Yeah, we can do that. We can fry churros. I'm prepared for churros. I'll do anything for churros. Okay, what do we have to look out for? So, actually, where are we in the playlist? I did not appreciate that song before last, so I'm gonna take that off my playlist. This one. Remove. Okay, I'm setting up my own playlist. Cinnamon, yeah. Actually, is churros with Nutella sauce, is that common in Spain or is that purely just a Western adaptation? Because in Australia, churros are often served with like a bit of a chocolate dipping sauce. And sometimes it's like Nutella that's been melted. Sometimes it's actually a chocolate dipping sauce. I just don't know how common that is and how authentic that is. I've never been to Spain, but I'd love to. Okay, so what to watch out for. So I apologize ahead of time that the next hang on, let me you don't really know. Okay. I'll look it up. Don't worry. I'll do some research into Spain's history. Um, okay, what do we have to watch out for? So, next 2 weeks will be potentially difficult as I navigate my health situation for the next 2 weeks. I have a bunch of scans, I have some nurse visits, some doctor visits. So, watch this space. I think what I'll do is like I'm going to plan my regular streaming schedule 3 days a week. But if any of them I have to urgently cancel because one of those days I'll definitely have to cancel because I'll have to go in for the retrieval procedure, which means like it's a whole thing. It's like I have to go into general anesthetic and then it's like pretty much like a whole day of recovery. And apparently they only do the retrievals on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, which is one of my streaming days. But at this stage, I don't know which day it's going to be yet because it depends on when I start to respond to the medication and when the doctors are able to get access to the theater room. So I have to go into a theater and I have to have general anesthetic. I have to have availability for a doctor to do the extraction. So yeah, so there's a lot of what ifs, but there's not much I can do except for go on the ride. So I'll keep you updated and keep you posted on how I feel and things like that. Um, and then yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, no, not too many side effects. But yeah, I'll keep you updated, chat. But we're gonna keep. What time is it for me? It is 5 p.m. for me. So I will be wrapping up soon because I have quite a fair bit of cleaning up to do after the cooking stream. But yes, I will. But yeah, that is our wrap up for today. Um, we will do actually, let me add onto the island. I need to plan Spanish cooking day. That'll be a future one. I have to find an appropriate 5:06 p.m. Yep, 5:06. Thanks for the stream. No worries, Yama. Have a good meal and rest tonight. Thank you so much. Oh, honorable mentions before we wrap up. Um, so thank you, Milestone, for following us today. Really appreciate it. Yay, we have another friend to join our crew. Um, thank you so much, Penguin, Valk, Yama, Jen. Oh my goodness, Jen, first in chat today. That is a celebration. Not seen. I think that's like normally it's Leo or Penguin that's first in chat, or maybe sometimes even Birchie Bear. But this is the first time Jen was first in chat. Very, very early. Very impressed. I acknowledge. But yes, Jen and Yama, thank you. Kat, thank you so much for dropping in. And keeping me company. I really appreciate it. Tidy for lurking. And yeah, those are all the active. Oh no, I didn't prepare my awkward. Wait, what? I read it as awkward acceptance speech, which honestly, you try to beat everyone you're not at work. I know, figure what I know. And then the one time where Leo got up like 30 minutes early and was already in chat. That was pretty funny. And people was like, God damn it. You guys are so funny. Your award speech. Well, you'll have to prepare for next time when you're early again. Thank you everyone so much for joining me today. I hope you had fun. I had lots of fun. Um you're gonna head out, but you really like that you know how stuff works. Thank you so much. Well, oh, thanks Yama for the hydrate. Hang on, let me quickly hydrate. Oh no. Wait, I'm just gonna do both at the same time. I'm gonna leave both on. Is Yama pulling a Birch because Birch is not here? Birchie Bear is not here. Alright. Thank you so much, Yama, for the redeems. I appreciate it. Yes. Yama's like, next time, keeping the tradition. Yeah. Next time Birchie Bear is in chat, you should be like, you weren't here to fulfill your job, so I had to cover for you. You should demand payment. Thank you so much. Yeah, take care everyone. Have a good weekend and I will see you on Monday for horror Fran Bao leftover 9-month anniversary stream. See you all. Bye. You guys are so cute. I'm just watching you all say bye to each other. Okay, now I'm leaving. Bye. I'm just being a giant stalker.